Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
My name is Emily Lawrence. I'm co-lead commission counsel. Before we turn to our witness today, I'd like to open this week of hearing by acknowledging that the city of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which is an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many council appearing on this hearing today are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous people across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, we have our next witness, who is Jerry Davis. He has not yet been sworn in.
I'll ask the reporter to swear him in, please.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Davis. I'm just going to ask you to affirm your evidence today, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Davis.
Morning.
I'm going to start with some questions about your professional background. From 1986 to 2001, you worked for the region of Hamilton-Wentworth, is that right?
That's correct.
And from 2001 to 2016, you worked for the city of Hamilton?
That's correct.
In 2001 to 2005, you were manager, asset management, capital planning, and implementation in public works, is that right?
That's correct.
And from 2005, you were the director, capital planning and implementation, public works.
Correct.
From 2009 to April 2016, you were the general manager in public works.
Correct.
I understand you were the acting general manager in January of 2009.
That's correct. From January till I was appointed by council in May 2009.
Great. And from that point on, May 2009 to 2016, you were the general manager.
Correct.
As general manager, to whom did you report?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
As general manager, to whom did you report?
I reported to the city manager and the city council.
While in your role as general manager, did you have any concerns about the organizational structure of public works?
No, I did not.
Do you have any concerns about the flow of information or work within groups that reported to you?
No.
Any concerns about lack of cooperation between the groups that reported to you?
No.
I understand after you left the role of general manager, you were strategic advisor to the city manager in the city manager's office. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how long did that role last?
I believe it was from April or May of 2016 till when I retired on December 31st, 2016.
What did that role involve?
It was primarily working directly with the city manager to assist. At the time I went over, we were redoing the 10-year strategic plan for the city of Hamilton. And I headed up that project, which was the main project I did at the time over at the city manager's office.
Okay. And you said you held that role until you retired. Since your retirement, have you had any other paid work, consultancy, anything like that?
I've done some consulting, and I also have my own tax practice.
Okay. Have you done any work for the city of Hamilton?
I was hired by a consultant who was retained by the city of Hamilton to work on a review of their asset management program.
going to turn now to some questions about the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and I may call it the RHVP or the Parkway or Red Hill. If you have any, you need any clarity about what I'm talking about, please let me know. Did you have any role in the design or construction of the Red Hill?
No,
Did you have any role in overseeing the project team that was involved in the design or construction?
no, I did not.
I understand that Gary Moore was in a shared position when he was working for the Red Hill Valley team. He was also the manager of design. Do you recall that period of time? This would be in the late 2000s. Registrar, could you call up Ham 58528? Mr. Davis, we're going to be screen sharing a number of documents today. If at any point it's too small for you to see, just let me know and we can open it up. Oh, perfect, Mr. Registrar. That's great. If you can call that out.
Okay,
How's that?
that's fine.
Great. So this is an organizational chart from 2007. And you'll see it has you there at the top, Director of Capital Planning and Implementation. And on the right-hand side, it has Manager of Design, Gary Moore, shared position with Red Hill. Did you oversee any of Mr. Moore's work that he was doing in respect of the Red Hill?
No, I did not.
No. Thank you. Mr. Registrar, you can take that down. Oh, and apologies, before I move on, I understand that's not yet an exhibit. So if we can make as the next exhibit, which I believe is exhibit 56, Ham 58528.
It's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, could you bring up overview document 3, page 37, paragraph 72, please? While this is coming up, Mr. Davis, I believe you've seen these overview documents before, but these are overview documents that Commission Council have prepared that append a number of underlying documents. Again, if you need anything to be bigger, we do have that option to call out.
It's fine.
Great. So you'll see here at paragraph 72 in April of 2007, Mr. Moore emailed Mr. Murray, who I believe is Chris Murray, and you, and it's quite lengthy. So Mr. Registrar, can you first just call out, perfect, thank you. Call out the first paragraph. So this is an excerpt, and this is Mr. Moore providing information about perpetual pavement design that we have adopted for the North-South RHVP. And he notes it is leading edge pavement design. Did perpetual pavement design, does that mean anything to you? Or did it in 2007?
No, it did not.
Registrar, can you close out that call out? And if you could go to on page 38, Registrar, and pull out the first full paragraph. And again, Mr. Davis, if you'd like to take a moment to read the entire thing, I'm happy to do that. Mr. Moore is referencing monitoring, which would consist of weight and motion sensors under the lanes. Do you remember that monitoring program?
No, I do not.
Okay. Registrar, you can close that call out. And if you can call out the third full paragraph starting with Golder. Actually, no, pardon me. If you can pull out paragraph just before that, the cost and the next paragraph together. Perfect. So you'll see Mr. Moore is setting out the cost associated with this monitoring. And then he notes Golder are interested as they are designers. Did you know in 2007 that Golder Associates was one of the consulting engineers on the Red Hill project?
No, I did not.
Why was Mr. Moore seeking or providing you with this information about the costs of this proposed monitoring program?
I believe because it may have had a budget impact that we would have to include. He was letting me know of a financial impact on the budget once the monitoring of the road would take place.
Okay. So monitoring after the opening of the Red Hill, that would have fallen under your portfolio as Director, Capital Planning and Implementation?
No, it would not.
Okay. So why would he be telling you this?
To ensure that I was in charge of preparing the capital budgets for the department. So this would have a budget impact. So like all the other divisions within the department, we put together the capital budget. So water, wastewater, waste management, transit. So this is more of an information that there's a budget impact.
Okay, so the budget aspect of this would fall under your portfolio, but the technical aspects would not. Is that
Yeah.
right?
That's correct.
Registrar, you can close out that call out. Thank you. And if you can go to overview document 3, page 65, paragraph 133, please. Thank you for calling that out. So you'll see in October of 2007, the MTO conducted friction testing on the Red Hill. At the time in 2007, did you know that the MTO intended to conduct this friction testing?
No, I did not.
Did anyone approach you and ask to sign off on a request for the MTO to conduct friction testing?
I don't recall, no.
Is friction testing on a large parkway like the Red Hill the kind of item that you would have expected Mr. Moore would have brought to your attention for approval?
No.
When did you first learn, if ever, that in 2007 MTO had conducted friction testing on the Red Hill?
Could you ask that again, please?
Sure. When did you first learn that MTO had conducted friction testing on the Red Hill in 2007?
I don't recall ever learning about the MTO.
Prior to October 2007, were you involved in any discussions with city staff about the idea of friction testing on the Red Hill?
No, I was not.
After 2007, did the topic of friction testing on the Red Hill ever come up in any of your meetings about the Red Hill at any time during your tenure at the city?
I don't recall any, no.
You said friction testing wasn't the kind of item that you would expect Mr. Moore to bring up with you in 2007. When you took the position of general manager in 2009, would you expect that Mr. Moore would have raised the issue of friction testing to you in that capacity?
No, I would not.
Did you ever see the MTO friction test results?
No, I did not.
Did you have periodic meetings with the MTO to coordinate construction and discuss the interchange between the Red Hill and the QEW?
I did attend meetings with the MTO. I don't recall being in meetings with respect to that interchange.
Okay. When you say you were in meetings with the MTO, meetings about the Red Hill with the MTO?
No, it was more of an overall coordination process when they were doing projects in the city of Hamilton. We had ongoing meetings. I started attending those when I was the director of capital planning and then as general manager.
Do you remember attending any meetings with the MTO about the Red Hill in particular?
No.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to take you now to Mr. Registrar at HAM 21276, please. So you'll see that this is an email from Scott Stewart, to a number of recipients, and you are the first one listed on the CC line. Do you see that?
Yes.
Just giving you a moment to skim this email. Do you recall seeing this email at the time it was sent in 2007?
No, I do not.
Mr. Registrar, can you call out the second and third paragraph, please? Thank you. So at the beginning of that paragraph that's highlighted, there's another reference to perpetual pavement. And the last sentence is perpetual pavement will save more than 1.6 million in a 50-year period. Then the next paragraph says the Public Works Department was profiled in a second article as one of the most progressive cities in the province when it comes to managing its roads. Mr. Registrar, can you take down that call out, please? And then it references a number of bullets about projects that Hamilton had used when using new technology to improve their road network. From your perspective, and in particular, your perspective as general manager, how important was it that the city of Hamilton was perceived as innovative or a leader in this kind of technical design?
So I think the technical design and the awards that came forward were recognized by the different organizations of what the city was doing. Making sure we could win an award would, in my mind, and in my opinion, wouldn't be the top priority. That came as a result of the work we were doing at the city of Hamilton.
From your perspective, how important was it that the city of Hamilton not simply be perceived, but actually be innovators in technical design?
So are you talking with respect to winning an award?
No, I think that relates to perceptions by others, but simply within and under your leadership, recognizing your leadership starts in 2009. How important was it that Public Works be an innovator in technical design as compared to other municipalities?
So that it wasn't an issue with respect to other municipalities. The innovation was based on ensuring the funding that was being provided was being implemented to ensure, with respect to, spending the right money on the right asset at the right time would be the best, how I would describe it.
Okay. You mentioned that winning awards was, to paraphrase, a secondary effect. How important was it to you that the work of the City of Hamilton be recognized through industry awards or other recognition?
It wasn't a primary importance to me.
Registrar, you can take that down. Thank you. I'm going to turn now to some questions about staff reports. In particular, reports prepared by staff for the Public Works Committee. And I'm asking from your perspective as the General Manager of Public Works. Which committees of council usually receive reports prepared by Public Works staff?
The primary committee would have been the Public Works Committee. The second one would be the General Information Committee. And then occasionally we could do a joint report with the Finance Committee. But the primary report submission and overview was the Public Works Committee of Council.
What was your role in a typical staff report prepared in Public Works for the Public Works Committee?
So my role, I was in charge of policy and administration. My main function on reports was signing them off to be submitted to council as per city policy.
That policy where you were the signatory, did that change over time?
I believe it changed because one of the discussions we had at senior management team when I was on as GM was the directors and their staff have all the technical expertise when a report's prepared. So it was moved that the director would be signing off. I believe it was, I'm going to say in 2015. I don't recall exactly.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a number of questions to come, and to the extent that any of those questions have different answers, depending on whether we're before that change in policy or after, you just let me know, okay?
Okay.
When would a report hit your desk in advance of going to the Public Works Committee?
I would say it was approximately 1 month before the actual committee date. The reports would have been completed by the respective divisions and signed off by the director, come to the general manager's office. I would then sign as the GM of Public Works. They would then get forwarded to the legislative assistant in the clerk's department. And then we would set up the agenda review generally with the chair of the Public Works Committee and the vice chair. So a month prior to the committee on average, I would say.
Okay, so a fair bit of lead time.
Yes.
By the time you received a report for your review, what steps would have already happened?
So the authors of the report, whatever the topic was, would have done their research and their technical expertise in preparing it. It then would go to, if it was one of the project managers authoring the report, it would go to their manager for sign off, and then it would go to the director for sign off. And those key people have all the technical expertise with respect to the report.
Okay. As I understand it, most reports for the Public Works Committee were either information reports or recommendation reports. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain the differences between these two types of reports?
A recommendation report has specific action to be approved by committee, work to be done, when it's be done, how much money. An information report is something to follow up to keep the committee informed of what's going on. And the information report could generally, one of the most common forms was if the council asks for information on something, it goes on to an outstanding business list. And generally, an information report is written for that outstanding business list. And then once that council receives that report, signs off on it, it's taken off the OBL. So one is action, one is information, just what it says.
Okay. Are there differences in the level of detail between the typical information report and a typical recommendation report?
It depends on the topic. So
with respect to recommendation reports, what was your practice when a report was delivered to you?
So for a recommendation report, I would go through the recommendation to understand exactly what was being, what was the project, what was the timeline, what was the funding with respect to it. There would be generally an executive summary with the recommendation report. I could read that, and then I would sign off on that report.
Okay, so is that to say you wouldn't necessarily read past the executive summary to the body of the report?
Yeah, it would depend on the report, but primarily I wouldn't read the whole report.
Okay. Did you edit reports?
So in the 7 years that I edit report, I can't say with certainty. I would imagine I may have addressed in the recommendation if I didn't understand it, if it wasn't specific for what was being spent, what it's being spent on in the timeline, I would probably edit there. I would not edit, in all likelihood, the body of a report because I would have no technical expertise to change what the experts have written in the body of the report.
Okay. Where a staff report, a recommendation report, addressed a report prepared by a consultant to the city, would you read the underlying consultant report?
No, I would not.
Now, turning to information reports, what was your practice for when an information report hit your desk?
Generally, the information report, I would scan the title, what it was going for, the reason for the information report, and I would sign off on it.
Okay, turning now to the 2013 SEMA report. Registrar, can you pull up overview document 6, page 8, paragraph 11, please? Mr. Davis, this is also from our overview document. So this is just a narrative form. And it says on January 16, 2013, the Public Works Committee met, lists the councilors, and a report from that meeting records that the following motion was passed. You see that motion under, it says item 9.
Yes,
Do you recall this motion?
I do not.
Okay. Prior to January 2013, were you aware that city staff had received complaints from citizens and the police about slippery conditions on the Red Hill?
No, I was not.
Had you personally heard any anecdotal complaints about slippery conditions on the Red Hill?
No,
Did you have any concerns about the safety of the Red Hill?
no, I did not.
Did you drive the Red Hill yourself?
Many times.
So you said you don't recall this motion sitting here today, one that was 9 years ago. At the time when you were general manager, would you have informed yourself of any motions that dealt with the Red Hill?
So if, in reference to this, it's there where the committee is asking for information on the Red Hill Parkway improvements. So at that time, the legislative assistant would have reported what the members of the committee asked for during this Public Works Committee. And this is an item that I'm pretty sure would have went on to an outstanding business list. And then the technical staff had to follow up to get the information that was requested to report back to council.
Mm-hmm. So this motion requires staff to be directed to investigate upgrading lighting and investigate better reflective signage, among other things, and that a full costing of options and alternatives be presented. Were you involved in determining which staff members within Public Works would take the lead in implementing the investigation set out in the motion?
No, I would not. This would go through at the committee when it was brought up. The director who's in, whose portfolio falls under the Red Hill issues on this would be the lead and direct the staff to who should write the report.
Okay, and which director would that be?
This is under traffic management and operations, traffic engineering, it looks like. So I would think it would be under, I think it was under John Mader's portfolio at the time. And then you would have had, I think Jeff Lupton was the director, and then Martin White would have been the manager of roads. And then whatever staff they assigned it to do the review. That's
Okay.
That's my best recollection.
So you would have viewed this motion at the time when you received it from the legislative office as falling under the purview of traffic engineering. Traffic
Yes.
and engineering, I think it was called then.
Yeah, that's where the directors, when after the committee meets, they know which portfolio needs to follow up on all of the motions passed by council.
Registrar, can you skip to paragraph 17 of this same overview document, page 10? Just to close this loop, Ms. Cameron, who is the assistant to Gary Moore, advised Mr. Field, Mr. McGuire, and Mr. Murray that John Mader and his group would be taking lead on the motion. So I think you're quite right. He is Mr. Mader was the director of corporate assets and strategic planning, under which the traffic safety and engineering department fell. Registrar, you can take out that call out. That motion in particular was in part an investigation of lighting. In your view, did that also fall under John Mader's group?
Yes.
Who was responsible for selecting a consultant to assist city staff where appropriate?
So it depends, but in this case, I would say with, John Mader's portfolio, his staff are going to do the report. They would then, the city had a roster of consultants for various functions. I forget the number. There was probably like 30 to 40 roster consultants. So the staff in John Mader's division, looking at what is required, would select a consultant from the roster that pertains to the work that needs to be done.
Okay. So it would be John Mader's group to decide whether a consultant was needed and then to select that consultant if a consultant was needed?
I believe so, yes.
The roster program, do you have knowledge of how consultants got onto the roster?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe that for the commissioner, please?
So the roster consultant, the list of consultants on the roster. So there's categories. You would have traffic management, environmental wastewater analysis, waste management, transit functions. And what I believe it's every 2 or 3 years. I think it was 2 years when I was there. We put out a call for consultants to bid on different work that the city has to do. And again, the roster consultant isn't just for public works, it's for the entire city as they need it. And the technical expert of that portfolio or discipline would then, let's say you got 10 roster submission, 10 reports submitted, they would go through, and I'm guessing, but generally, let's say 5 of the consultants would be selected to be on the city's roster. And the premise for the roster process is to expedite work that the city needed to do. So you went through the detailed report review of what the consultant could provide. They would go on the roster. And then when something came up, for instance, as we're looking at here, the technical expert who needs an assignment would then go to the roster captain and say, I need a transportation consultant, whatever the expertise is for this. And the roster captain then assigns a consultant for the division that needs the work done. Does that help?
It does, thank you. So the roster captain every couple of years would receive applications to be on the roster, and then would they score those applications?
Yes, so they would go through the evaluation, score it, and then make a recommendation to put the professional consultants on the roster under whatever category it may be. So again, you would have 10 submissions to get onto the roster, but the roster captain would, I'm speculating, would only maybe take 5. So some would get on and some would not. But it was a scoring system and it was ranked. And there was a committee, I believe, of all the roster captains. And then when I was in as general manager, I was required to sign off on the rosters. Again, as a policy and administration process. I didn't review any of the roster consultant submissions.
The benefit of having a handful of consultants on a roster in any particular technical area is you can forego a more formal tendering system on a contract by contract basis or a project by project basis. Is that right?
That's correct.
You said the roster captain would select the consultant at the request of a staff member who asked for a consultant for a particular project. Did the roster captain, was it the formal or informal policy that the roster captain would hand out or distribute the contracts in some sort of equitable way, or allocate them so that each person on the, each entity on the roster would get access to a project or 2 or 3?
So again, it depends, but I think the significance of the roster program is the consulting engineering firms or the different professions on the roster would receive assignments throughout the period of the roster. So there may be a case where one person consultant has the expertise, and maybe they were used in the past. Again, I'm speculating, but the beauty of the roster assignment is that it's self, if somebody wasn't getting work, we would definitely hear about it. So I guess the best way, it's self-monitors. So all the firms selected to be on the roster did receive work if it became available throughout the term of their roster assignment.
Okay, so the roster captain would look at the project and the consultants, try to find a good fit, and also look to some sort of fair distribution of work as between those on the roster.
That's a
Right.
fair description, yes.
So I take it then you were not involved in the selection of SEMA as the consultant on this project.
No, I was not.
Registrar, you can take down the OD. Were you involved in the day-to-day work on the project to respond to this motion?
No, I was not.
What was your practice as general manager regarding your level of involvement, of involvement on a project like this?
My involvement, unless there was a financial issue related to the budget, I may be contacted. All the technical side, I had no technical expertise, and all the discipline required for the report would be in whichever division was assigned the report to write it, to author it.
Apart from those times that you've just mentioned where you might be involved, were you expected to be kept in the loop or updated on progress of this kind of project?
No, I was not.
Registrar, can you bring up HAM 4307, please? And if you can go first to image 2. So this is an email. You are not copied on this email. It's an email from Stephen Cooper to Dave Ferguson and Martin White. And Mr. Cooper says, "Gentlemen, I was speaking to Mike Field this morning and he said that Gary Moore saw the report." And this is in September of 2013. This is in respect of the 2013 SEMA report, and was not pleased with the recommendations provided by SEMA. Have either of you spoken to him about this? Are you aware of anything in particular that he does not like or agree with? In September of 2013, did Mr. Moore express any concern to you about the content of the draft 2013 SEMA report?
No, he did not.
Registrar, can you go up to image 1, please? See it, actually, can you call out the last email in this chain, which is the next email in this chain? This is the same day. And again, you are not copied on this, but now it is including Jeff Lupton. So Mr. Cooper's been taken off. Mr. Lupton has been added. In confidence, this is from Mr. White. Jeff, Gary has a vested interest in this from the beginning and has influenced it somewhat already. Off the record, I think he even spoke to SEMA. I'm asking if you can schedule a meeting with him for us to talk, as we cannot afford staff issues as we report to council. He was on the original team that built the roadway. There was nothing wrong with the review or recommendations from the consultant. I deem this extremely sensitive as I don't need any nonsense relating to our actions on Councillor Collins' motion. Your thoughts, Jeff? Did anyone raise with you Mr. Martin's comments in this email, and in particular that Mr. Moore had a quote unquote vested interest or had influenced the drafting of the 2013 SEMA report in some way?
No.
How would you describe Mr. Moore's interest in the Red Hill?
His interest was related to the design and construction of the Red Hill.
Did you have any concerns that Mr. Moore's interest in the Red Hill interfered with the advice he provided to the city or steps he took in his job as director?
No.
Mr. Registrar, can you close out that call out? Hopefully you can read this, Mr. Davis, but the next one is from Jeff Lepton, which says, agreed, another example of why we need to review internally first. And then there's a back and forth between Mr. Mader and Mr. Lepton about just talk to Gary and bring in SEMA if needed. Just to close out that exchange. Looking at this exchange, and for the moment, you can assume that there was a discussion with Mr. Moore. How would you have expected these concerns to be handled among staff underneath you?
Well, I think, the John Mader's group and Jeff Lepton are the lead on this report that will be going to council. They've been talking to Gary. It sounds like they're going to set up a meeting and collaborate on it. But again, reading through this, the report is going and it's under the purview of John Mader's division.
In this case, I'm going to suggest to you that lighting falls under Mr. Moore and Mr. Field. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And if that's the case, in fact, if there are aspects of this motion that fall under different departments within Public Works, would you expect cooperation to get to the end result and a response to council?
Yes, I would expect that there's collaboration. Again, you have the lead division, which is John Mader's, and if other divisions have to be involved, whether it was the engineering services, roads operations, they would coordinate, but John Mader would be the lead as he's taking the report to the committee.
Okay. So if Mr. Mader and his group is the lead, would you expect him to proceed even over objections from another department within Public Works?
Well, it depends, objections are another division's opinions. At the end of the day, the author is going to sign off on it. So the discussions that take place are more, I would classify them more as collaboration.
Okay. And if collaboration wasn't successful, what would you expect would happen? Actually, maybe I'll put this differently. Would you expect that would be escalated to you?
If there was a significant problem between divisions and the directors couldn't sort it out, it may come to me depending on the issue.
Did that happen frequently?
Pardon me?
Did that happen frequently, that
No.
Directors disagreed? Would you say, in fact, not frequently, but in fact, quite rare?
So when the directors are drafting reports and when there's cross-divisional requirements, for it to get to me, very rare. I can't recall an instance when it did happen, but I'm sure between the directors, there was because that's where all the technical expertise is for the different disciplines. So getting to me, very rare.
Okay. And you'd expect your directors to be able to handle it between themselves?
Yeah, they're very professional, their expertise in their field. They know the discipline that's required. They know where council is requesting information. So they would definitely be professional.
Registrar, can you go to OD6, page 48, paragraph 114, please? Thank you. So you'll see here, this is September 2013, so still the same period we were just talking about. Mr. Ferguson forwarded a copy of a revised draft report from SEMA, the SEMA report, to Councillor Collins. Registrar, can you close that out? Sorry, I didn't give you much of a chance to read the underlying email, but it was staff are working and we're providing this information to you. And then you'll see in the next paragraph that Councillor Collins advised that Councillor Clark and Councillor Jackson had also expressed an interest in taking Mr. Ferguson up on his offer to set up a meeting. In your view, is it appropriate for staff to share a draft consultant report with some but not all members of a committee or council?
So to qualify, if these counselors and the ones that are referenced in here, their wards, the Red Hill Valley Parkway goes through it. So they've requested it. If other counselors wanted it to see it, they would have full access. But dealing directly with ward counselors on issues in their ward, you don't have to go to every other counselor to share that report. But saying that report is, if any other counselor wants to see it, they would have full access.
You see any dangers in the practice of providing information to certain counselors, but not all counselors on a committee?
What do you mean by danger?
Do you have any concerns with providing unequal access to information to some counselors, but not others?
Well, as I said, the report would be available to all counselors. The ones specifically impacted, because it's in their ward, wanted to see it. The counselor in the Waterdown area, Dundas, if they wanted to see it, they would. But because the issue isn't impacting in their wards, is why they probably did not receive it. But at no time would they be excluded from seeing it.
Okay. Assume that the staff report that ultimately goes to the committee didn't append the consultant report that was provided to these counselors. Do you have any concerns about staff having shared the draft consultant report with some, but not all members of the committee when it was not then subsequently appended to the staff report? Just to provide a bit more context.
No concerns, no.
Is it important that all members of the committee are operating from a shared set of information received from staff?
Yes.
If a consultant's report is not appended to a staff report, the other counselors wouldn't automatically get a copy of that consultant report. They'd have to ask. Is that right?
That's correct.
Registrar, can you bring up HAM 4306, please? And if you can pull up the last full email from David Ferguson, it's the fourth email down. And this is just to round out that Mr. Ferguson did meet with, and Mr. Cooper did meet with Councillors Collins and Jackson, who were very supportive. You can close that out, Registrar, and go down to the earlier email from Mr. Lupton in the next image. So this is the day before. Thank you, Registrar. So Mr. Lupton says in this about the report, it was an interesting read and a long one. And then just skipping down, I generally don't like sending counselors thick technical reports, especially in draft, without our thoughts and recommendations. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are your view on providing consultant reports to counselors?
Well, it depends. So in this case, the counselors that are, their wards are impacted by the Red Hill Valley Parkway have a vested interest in what's been requested of staff. And again, that probably stems from the constituents in the ward if they have questions about the Parkway going through those wards. So, well, as Jeff indicates, I generally don't like sending it, but he did because they wanted to review it. And so I think what they did in meeting with them with the draft report is they could answer specific questions. And so I think, what they did in this case, I'm very comfortable with.
Okay. Is there a concern about overwhelming counselors with technical information?
So that it depends on the issue, generally, and a technical report wouldn't be attached to a report. It would be available to review. But what staff generally do, the experts in the department, the division, they summarize the findings of the report. But when that goes to the committee for review, if the counselors say, we want to see the whole report, then we would provide it. They could table the motion and we come back with the full report if it's requested. So the option is always available to it. Understanding council has a significant role in reviewing all committee reports within the city. This type of format assists them in getting the information they need.
That format only works if the staff reports accurately summarize consultant reports, right?
That's correct.
So you said that counselors could ask to see a copy of the consultant report if they want it. I just
Correct.
asked for a table a motion. If the counselors didn't ask and the consultant report was not appended, that consultant report does not become publicly available to citizens. Is that right?
I'm not sure, to be honest. You could get it through FOI.
Absent FOI, just the usual process of, for example, posting staff reports on the city's website. It wouldn't follow that process. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
We're going to turn to that 2013 staff report now. Registrar, it's RHV 668, please. Mr. David, just giving you a moment to look at this is the first page. You'll see it's submitted by you, prepared by Mr. Cooper and Mr. Ferguson. And this is November of 2013. So this would have been before that process change that you talked about, where directors would submit reports instead of you?
That's correct, yes.
So you'll see there's the council direction, the one that we went through, and then there's information. Registrar, can you pull up image 1 and 2 at the same time? Not sure if this makes it more readable for you, Mr. Davis, or less, but this is the report. And there are some charts after this, but this is the drafting of the report. Do you recall your process in, actually, I'll just show you just so that in case this might refresh your memory. Registrar, can you also now turn to the next 2 pages and put them up? They're Appendix A. And then there should be one more. Actually, I think there might be more, but just in terms of being able to see the visual style of this report. I don't know if that's helpful, Mr. Davis, but I'm going to turn now back to image 1 and 2, please, Mr. Registrar. Thank you. Just looking at these 2 pages and also the format of the appendices, do you remember reviewing this information report?
No, I do not.
Do you recall your process for signing off on it?
So the report would have come to me. It would have been prepared by the experts in their divisions, signed off. There's a sign-off sheet with all reports, so the directors would have signed this off, forward it to the general manager's office, and then I would sign for as required by policy. And then it would go to then it would go to agenda review committee with the chair and vice chair of the Public Works Committee, and discussions would take place if there was any questions there.
So you said you would have report would have come to me and it would have been prepared and I would have signed off. All those sound like that might be your practice. Do you have a recollection of whether you did that in this case?
I don't have a recollection of signing this report, but if it's submitted by the GM, I would presume I did sign it.
Okay. It's an information report. Do you recall if you read the report in its entirety before signing off on it?
I don't recall reading the entire report, no.
Is that to say you think you did not, given your practice about information reports?
Yes, so in this case, when I look at the subject and I see the reporting to an outstanding business item list, I know that's something that was required for the division's expertise was prepared, and I would sign off on it. There's no, I wouldn't have gone through the entire report or the appendices.
And you wouldn't have reviewed the underlying 2013 SEAM report that's mentioned in it, right?
No, I would not have.
You expected that the staff report would accurately summarize the SEMA report and the recommendations that were made in the SEMA report?
Yes, I would.
And also explain why SEMA had made those recommendations.
I think the technical experts would have provided all the information that council requested.
Okay. Who were you counting on to make sure that the staff report accurately summarized all of that?
It would have been signed off by the divisional director.
So Mr. Mader? Yes. So as a result of relying on Mr. Mader, and I'll say Mr. Mader and his staff underneath him, is that fair?
Yes.
You didn't personally satisfy yourself that this report was an accurate and complete summary of the findings, recommendations, or concerns expressed in the 2013 SEMA report, right?
So I don't have the technical expertise to comment on that report. So I submitted this based on the John Mader and his staff providing all the required technical expertise and as requested by council.
If this staff report is found to not be an accurate and fair summary of the underlying SEMA report, who within the city would be accountable for that, in your view?
Well, it depends on what you mean is not accurate.
I'm happy to rephrase. The accuracy of a summary, I think you said was you relied on Mr. Mader to do that.
That's correct.
And if he did not do that, was it his responsibility or was it ultimately your responsibility?
So again, if it wasn't done, do you have an example of where it wasn't done in this case? Or are you just hypothetically asking me the question?
I'm trying to be as hypothetical as possible just to understand how you viewed the respective responsibilities between you and those underneath you.
Yes, so in that context, John Mader would be responsible for the accuracy in that as a divisional director. Ultimately, it's the Public Works Department, so I can't be void of any accountability either, because it's my department. But I definitely rely extremely heavily on all my divisional directors who have the expertise in the different portfolios to ensure accuracy in all the reports that they deliver.
Thank you. Did you attend the meeting of the Public Works Committee where the committee received this report?
So I would have been there. As a general manager, I attended all the committees. I wouldn't be there if I was on vacation, if I was sick, if I was in collective bargaining. But I would attend all the Public Works Committee meetings if I was at work that day that it was on.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull up the paragraph that is on image 1 and under information and then as a result of the motion? Thank you. So it just says here, staff retains SEMA Consulting to complete an in-service safety review. And then just closing that, registrar. And then the next paragraph, the report included the review. So that it goes on, and I'm not going to take you through each instance, but it references the report, that being the report that SEMA completed. When you signed off on the staff report, did you believe that the consultant report had been finalized?
Yes, I would believe that, yes.
Is it your expectation that an information update summarizing a consultant report would be based on a final report?
Yes.
Did anyone tell you that it wasn't finalized?
I don't recall.
Registrar, you can close that call out. Did anyone tell you that staff subsequently asked for changes to be made by SEMA to the SEMA report?
I don't recall, no.
Recognizing it's a technical report and that you signed off on the staff report, would you expect staff to advise you if there were subsequent changes to the SEMA report?
It would depend on the, I guess, the magnitude, but in general practice, no.
If there were changes, would you expect those changes to be brought to the attention of the Public Works Committee? Or again, would that depend on the magnitude of the changes?
If there was changes after this went, and they were, again, a significant change that the committee should be informed about, there should be an additional report to this report indicating that.
Okay. If the changes were significant.
Correct.
And the significance, would that be determined by staff?
That's correct.
Registrar, can you turn up OD page 79, paragraph 200, please? Just while this is coming up, you mentioned the outstanding business list. Just to confirm, that's the list where requests for follow-up from the, pardon me, registrar, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant to say OD6. Page 79, paragraph 200. Apologies. Thank you. The outstanding business list, that's where follow-up items for that are going to come back to a committee reside. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so here you'll see at paragraph 200 and 201 that the council approved that a staff report like the one we were looking at about the SEMA report, and staff were directed to report back respecting the lighting aspects. That's in the middle of paragraph 201.
Right.
And in the usual practice, the legislative clerk then sends that to you and you distribute it out to members of Public Works. Is that right?
Correct.
Registrar, can you bring up HAM 4339, please? And again, you can start at image 2, please. Thank you. So you'll see at the bottom of this page, Nancy Clark is saying for your review and follow-up. I'm not going to take you to it. Then the document below is from the legislative clerk with the outstanding business list. Nancy Clark is your assistant. Is that right?
That's correct.
So that's that distribution from legislative clerk to your office and then into Public Works.
Correct.
Okay. So you'll see the next one up in the middle of the page. Ms. Cameron, Diana Cameron, who you'll see is administrative assistant to Gary Moore in her signature line. She looks like she cut and paste part of the outstanding business list, item 11.1, and sent it to Mike Field, Peter Locks, Gord McGuire, and Gary Moore. You see that?
Yes.
And this is exactly what I just referenced in paragraph 201, reporting back on lighting aspects.
Right.
Registrar, can you call out the email from Gary Moore, which is at the top of this page, this image? I'm going to give you a moment to read this.
Okay.
So this is an email from Mr. Moore in December of 2013 to Jeff Lupton, Martin White, and John Mader. I think you said earlier, no one had raised with you that Mr. Moore had concerns about the 2013 SEMA report. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did Mr. Moore express to you any of the views or comments that he has put in this email to Mr. Lupton, Mr. White, and Mr. Mader?
No, I don't recall.
Did anyone else tell you that Mr. Moore held these views after the Public Works Committee meeting?
No.
Do you have any concerns with a director responding in this way to other senior staff about a council direction?
I don't. I mean, he's providing input from when he designed and built it to the division that's going to ensure the report goes back to the committee.
The third line from the bottom, this doesn't even begin to address the fact we shouldn't be talking about potential improvements that give any claimants more ammunition, exclamation mark. What do you think of a director saying, quote, we shouldn't be talking about potential improvements?
I don't have any comment on that.
Okay. In your time as general manager of Public Works, did you think that making safety improvements might increase ammunition for individuals who might make claims against the city?
I don't recall, no.
Did you have concerns that claimants could point to safety improvements to argue that before those improvements, whatever was being improved had not been safe?
So it depends on the specifics of it, but no, I wouldn't have had any concerns.
How would you direct city staff to consider the possibility of increasing litigation claims when they're assessing whether to move forward on safety improvements?
Can you ask that again, please?
Sure. What direction would you give to city staff when they are assessing whether to move forward on safety improvements? What consideration should they give to the possibility of increased claims against the city?
Well, I think that the divisions who have the expertise would follow up as needed, whether it be between divisions or with another department within the city. That's where they would get their expertise to address concerns, as you mentioned.
Sure. So the city staff who have the expertise on the safety improvements, to what extent should they consider the possibility of increased litigation when they're assessing whether to move forward with those safety improvements?
I don't have an answer for you. I don't recall ever having to do that.
Okay. Going back to this call out and recognizing that you're not copied on this, Mr. Moore says, did we get SEMA to finalize the report to our liking? As general manager, would you have had concerns if this particular comment had been raised with you about a director saying or asking if a consultant had finalized a report to our liking?
So to put it into context.
Sorry, just a moment. I'm having some difficulty with the questions that there's been a number of general questions that have been put to this witness about statements contained in an email that he was neither the author or recipient of. And so I'm just having some difficulty with understanding how the witness is able to answer a question in the way in which it has been framed in the last series of questions in this way.
Well, I'll let Ms. Lawrence speak to that first.
Thank you, Commissioner. Recognizing, as I did, that Mr. Davis has not been copied on this particular email, I'm asking in his role of general manager if he had concerns about the particulars of what Mr. Moore is expressing here. And in this case, this last question was about whether asking someone to finalize a consultant to finalize a report to our quote unquote liking. I think it is relevant and helpful to understand the views of the leader of Public Works in respect of this kind of commentary and presumably this kind of action.
All right. Mr. Letterman, do you have anything to say?
No, other than I still don't appreciate how asking this witness a question about the sufficiency or the appropriateness of a question that was posed by Mr. Moore in this email to other individuals, how that's something that this witness is able to comment on.
Okay, so I think the question has to be put in terms of a hypothetical situation, not specifically by way of a comment on the present circumstances. But I think the question can be put in those terms. That's to say, it can be put as if there were a situation of the nature described here, what would his response be as the leader of the Public Works Department?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm happy to rephrase to make that a clear question for Mr. Davis.
Okay.
Mr. Davis, if a director who does not have the lead on a report asked another director who did about whether a consultant had finalized a report to, I'm just going to use the hypothetical, the city's liking, would you have had any concerns with that?
So to put it into context, you have a consultant who is giving an assignment by someone from the city. They provide a report, and that report gets vetted back with staff, and it gets vetted back and forth between them. But the underlying issue for me would be they're both professionals in respect to their disciplines. And the consultant, they may be questioned with respect to findings, but at the end of the day, they're very professional, and they're not going to sign a report that would jeopardize their professional standing. So in the context here, this is a to and fro, but at the end of the day, the report that gets signed off by the consultant is their professional opinion. And I can't believe that they would make an adjustment to appease the city or any other client.
Thank you. Would you have concerns if a senior staff member asked a consultant to revise their opinion?
No, not at all.
Mr. Moore says in this email before they ask for a copy, assuming that that means council, was it common in your experience for members of Public Works or council to ask for reports after an information report?
Do you mean like a follow-up report?
No, I mean, after the committee receives an information report, reviews the information report, was it common for the committee to then ask for the underlying documents that are referenced in an information report?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it fair to say it might depend on the circumstance? Hard to say.
Well, everything depends on circumstances. So, I'm not sure which report you're referring to.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, can you close out that call out and go up to image 1? Can you call out the bottom? And again, you're not copied on this email. Mr. Lupton responds to Mr. Moore. Did you see our info report? We did our best to discourage it at committee, but they want us to come back in a year's time. As general manager, do you have any concerns about staff taking steps to discourage the Public Works Committee from asking for updates?
So it depends on the circumstances. Discourage because they wanted it sooner. But this is normal practice for a report that council, if they ask for more information, it will go back and they've given a date to report on it.
Okay.
So I don't have any concerns, no.
Registrar, you can close this out. And if you can go to call out both Mr. Moore's next email and Mr. Lupton's next email together. So Mr. Moore says they don't want you to report in a year. They just want another report on lighting now. So again, just so that I understand your evidence, What role did you understand Mr. Moore played in lighting on the RHVP post-construction?
I'm not sure what his function was after post-construction.
So I mean, in the context of his role as Director of Engineering Services, what role, if any, did you understand he played in lighting on the Red Hill?
So in this case, I think because he built it and it had lighting, the other divisions want to collaborate with him with respect to the lighting. But at the end of the day, the report is going to council as requested. And so I believe the two departments are collaborating. They want to know about the lighting when it was built, and they're moving forward to provide council with the information they're requesting.
Okay, so that's what you understand Mr. Moore's involvement to be, is that he was involved in the initial lighting during the design phase. Is that right?
Yeah, during design and construction, he was involved with it, yes.
But not thereafter.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So you'll see that Mr. Moore references a report on lighting now. Did Mr. Moore ever give his view to you about the sufficiency of lighting on the Red Hill?
No, he did not.
Did anybody else convey to you Mr. Moore's views on the sufficiency of lighting on the Red Hill?
No.
So you'll see Mr. Lepton says you can lead a horse to water. We tried. Mr. Registrar, can you close that out and call out the next two emails as one call out? Nope. Close that and call out good plan, and then the next email down. There we go. Thank you. Mr. Moore says in response to you can lead a horse to water, he says, I just shoot the horse, and Mr. Lepton says, good plan. Did anyone ever convey to you that there had been an exchange in which Mr. Moore said, I just shoot the horse?
No.
If someone had brought this message, this email exchange to your attention at the time, would you have felt the need to do anything about it?
So I would, this is an excerpt from a conversation. So I have no comment on this.
Well, I understand right now you might not have any comment, but when you were in the position of general manager, would you have felt the need to do anything about it if it was brought to your attention?
So again, the overall context of it is regarding a report that has to go to committee. They're talking back and forth. At the end of the day, the report has to go to committee.
Yeah, so that's the context. So when you were in the position of general manager, if this had been brought to your attention, would you have felt the need to do anything about it?
Again, it depends on who brought it and what the overall issues were with respect to it. You're dealing in an isolation. I really can't comment.
I'm speaking in isolation. If you just received this, would you have felt the need to do anything about it?
I'd have to go review it to see what the background was for it.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now to the Tradewind report. You've heard that term, right?
Yes, since this inquiry started, I've heard that term.
Okay. Registrar, you can close out this document. Thank you. In the fall of 2013, did you have any concerns about the friction levels on the Red Hill?
I did not.
In the fall of 2013, were you aware that Mr. Moore had requested that Golder Associates conduct friction testing on the Red Hill?
No.
Is that something you would have expected someone to tell you as GM of Public Works?
No,
In 2014, did you see or otherwise learn about the Tradewind report on friction testing on the Red Hill?
no,
Did you see or otherwise learn about the Golder Associates report about the Red Hill in 2014?
no.
When did you learn about the Tradewind report or the Golder report?
I didn't.
Only in advance of preparation for the inquiry process?
That's correct.
Did Mr. Moore ever discuss friction testing on the Red Hill with you?
No,
Did he ever tell you that he had any concerns about friction levels on the Red Hill?
no,
Did he ever tell you he was doing any investigation into friction or slipperiness or anything like that when it came to the Red Hill?
no,
Did Mr. Moore ever discuss any friction test results with you?
no,
Did he ever tell you, that is Mr. Moore, that he received friction test results, but he wasn't sure how to interpret them?
say it again, sorry.
That he had received friction test results, but he was not sure how to interpret them?
No, I never had that conversation with him.
Did anyone in the city ever tell you that they were having trouble obtaining friction test results from Mr. Moore?
No,
Did anyone tell you that Mr. Moore had refused to provide them with friction test results?
no,
If a consultant's report recommended further investigation into an issue that may relate to public safety, what do you expect a public works staff member who receives that report to do with it?
so the respective division and the experts in that division would review it and recommend the necessary action if needed.
If staff and other groups within Public Works wanted a consultant report that was being held by another group in Public Works, how would you expect the holder of the report to share that information?
Well, I feel there should be collaboration between the divisions. I assume that the asking division has a need or a requirement for the report, so it should be shared.
And generally, did you try to lead Public Works with a view that collaborative transparency was helpful amongst your staff?
That's correct.
If a counselor asks a staff member for a copy of a consultant's report, what would you expect a staff member to do?
Provide the counselor with the report.
Thanks. I'm going to turn now to 2014, where city staff conducted a safety review on the link. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to HAM 8779? Thanks. And can you call out the bottom email from John Mader? So you'll see this is November 2014. It's an email from John Mader to you, copied to a number of people within John Mader's group. And he says, as per our conversation, staff have been reviewing the collision history on the link, on the Red Hill /link. Well, I don't have a final picture yet. There is enough of a concern that I believe we need to do a more in-depth review. Do you remember having a conversation with Mr. Mader in which he expressed that staff have been doing a collision history?
I don't.
or a conversation in which he advised you that there was enough of a concern that there should be a more in-depth review completed?
I don't recall the conversation, no.
Okay. We just skip down to the fourth line. I anticipate this being a roster assignment using RLC funding for the review. What's RLC funding?
It's the red light camera reserve.
And was that a reserve that could be deployed for various traffic issues?
That's correct.
Didn't have to just be about stop signs, I presume?
No, it's road, traffic lights, studies. I don't know the exact, in order to set up a reserve fund, there's specific criteria to utilize that funding. And so when they did their review of what needs to be done, I'm assuming that this met the requirements. So, and the red light camera reserve being used it's because this is an unbudgeted item that John is proceeding with. So I would have been, anything unbudgeted, we definitely would have had a conversation. I don't recall it, but in order to go to that reserve, it's something he would have brought forward to me to discuss.
Okay. He says, as you know, Councillor Jackson, others have raised concerns regarding this and are likely to request a safety review. I believe we should be proactive. So it says there, as you know, Councillor Jackson and others. So by November 2014, were you aware that Councillor Jackson and or other councillors had raised concerns about the Red Hill or the link?
I don't recall it, no.
So Mr. Mader raising this with you, it was on the budget side, not on the substance side. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, they've done the analysis, what needs to be done. I imagine they've done a costing and they need a source of funding. So on the financing of it, utilizing the red light camera reserve was an option. And I would assume I approve, yeah, go ahead and do it. Put it in the report. So finance will understand we do have a source of funding for an unbudgeted item.
Okay. Moving now to the 2015 SEMA report. In May of 2015, there was an accident on the Red Hill that killed 2 young women. Do you recall that accident?
Yes.
So that was in May. That led to a motion for a in-depth safety review, much like the one that Mr. Mader was suggesting in November of 2014 to be proactive. And Mr. Ferguson prepared a draft staff report in respect of that in September of 2015. Registrar, can you bring up overview document 7, page 45, paragraph 132? Thank you. Perfect, thank you. Just before I go to this, did you have any involvement with the work of SEMA for the 2015 safety review that SEMA completed?
No, I did not.
Okay, Mr. Registrar, if you can call out that area you were going to call out. Yes, thank you. So Mr. Ferguson in Traffic Safety and Engineering is putting together a staff report, and he emailed Mr. Moore, and he says, as you're aware, I'm finalizing the RHVP link report. This also dealt with the link, and I've included the following recommendations that impact engineering services. And then he lists 4 proposed recommendations to put in the staff report, just to give you some context. The 4 proposed recommendations are that engineering services be directed to investigate a high tension steel cable median barrier installation and shield rock cuts, and report back with implementation and a budget plan. The second is that engineering services be directed to identify a funding source to complete pavement friction testing. The third is identifying a funding source to complete shoulder rumble strip installation on the link. And then the last is that engineering be directed to investigate the installation of illumination on the Red Hill and to report back with a proposed implementation and budget plan. So that's, Mr. Ferguson has put that in. This was amongst other recommendations, which Mr. Ferguson identified as being recommendations that traffic safety and operations would do, or that roads maintenance would do, and these ones were specific to engineering. In your experience, was it common to identify the specific departments who would be completing the recommendations in a recommendation report?
It would be, and as Dave has said, this is, he's finalizing it. So this is his proposal for how the work is to get done. So this looks like the recommendations that would follow the council. But again, it says finalizing. So I'd have to see what the final recommendations were with respect to, which division or department would be taking the lead.
Okay, so that's really my question. And so I've just shown you some of them. Engineering services be directed to investigate the high tension steel cable, for example. And then I can give you some others. Roads maintenance, they're directed to ensure that the grass around the Red Hill is cut regularly. Traffic safety and engineering to put up some appropriate signage. So my question is really, is it common to have the specific departments within public works actually specifically identified?
Yes.
Okay.
In some reports, yes, it definitely can be.
And is that helpful to ensure who owns the project, who owns the responsibility of completing the information or the task put into the recommendation?
Yes, so it would be, as Dave was doing here, he thinks that the engineering services under these different recommendations should be the lead.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it says finalizing. I'm a little, it's not the whole recommendation, but anyway, it's not unusual, no.
Okay. Registrar, you can close that down. And can you open or call out paragraph 34, please? So in response, Mr. Moore writes to Mr. Ferguson, copying Mr. Mader and Jennifer DiDomenico, and says, I wasn't aware. I need to see it, and it needs to be discussed at DMT, or at least with John, Jerry, and myself before it goes. And then he provides some comments. Just stopping there. What is DMT?
It's the departmental management team. So generally, it should have been PW, Public Works, then department management team. So it consists of all the directors from the various portfolios.
Is it just directors?
Generally, it's the directors. Depending on an issue, then the support staff may come to part of the meeting.
Okay, and how often do those meetings take place?
I believe they were every 2 weeks.
Just going back to this email, in terms of the comments that Mr. Moore provides, he says you can take engineering service off every line. We don't do investigations. We do programming, design, tender, and construction supervision. To the extent that there's any concern about which department within Public Works should be responsible for a safety improvement that's been recommended, is that the kind of thing that would go to DMT?
Well, in this case, it definitely is something because, the two divisions, and there's probably more divisions working on it because you didn't show me all the recommendations from Ferguson's proposal, but this is something as they said, it should come up to DMT so we could have an overall discussion. And at that point, we would look at, which division should be doing what.
Okay, so this would be the kind of thing, there's
Yeah.
some concern or some issues in dispute, okay. Jumping down to the fourth of Mr. Moore's comments, he says, "We have said over and over, illumination of the Red Hill or Link is never going to happen, so stop asking. The approval is based on no illumination for environmental reasons. It is unaffordable, unsustainable, and unnecessary. It would be 8 to 12 million project plus protections, barriers, guardrail, and then the maintenance costs." Did anyone advise you of Mr. Moore's view that staff, pardon me, that of Mr. Moore's view that illumination was never going to happen, so stop asking?
No,
Did anyone advise you of Mr. Moore's view that approvals for the Red Hill were based on no illumination for environmental reasons?
no,
Do you have a view, given your role as general manager, about whether engineering services would be responsible for investigations for safety improvements on the Red Hill?
well, I think the roads operation and traffic operations and traffic engineering, whatever divisions they were in, would be the leads on this.
Okay. Registrar, can you close that down and go to OD 7, page 56, paragraph 170, please? So just jump forward a month in time. And Mr. Maida responded, copying Mr. Moore and copying, I believe, an administrative assistant, and said, "This report," so I can tell you this is about the staff report, the one that Mr. Ferguson had been finalizing. And to Jerry for the 16th, Charlene is working to arrange a meeting for Gary and I with Jerry. Do you recall a meeting with Mr. Mader and Mr. Moore to discuss the 2015 SEMA report or the staff report that was going to summarize it?
No, I don't.
Do you recall if this issue about the SEMA report and the staff report came up at DMT?
No,
Do you recall discussing the 2015 SEMA report, the consultant report, or the staff report with anybody?
no, I don't.
Did anyone give you a draft version of either the consultant report or the staff report?
A draft?
Mhm.
No,
Do you recall if anyone told you that Mr. Moore had concerns about the 2015 SEMA report?
no,
And he didn't express any concerns to you directly?
no.
Registrar, can you go to paragraph 153 of the same document? So the day before Mr. Mader sends that email saying we should, a call with, or a meeting with Gary and Jerry and John, Mr. Moore responded to Mr. Ferguson, an email of Mr. Ferguson attaching comments on a 2015 report. Those are comments that are built embedded into the document. Did anyone ever share a copy of Mr. Moore's comments on the 2015 report with you?
No,
Would it be helpful for me to go into that document so you can look at it to refresh your memory? Just so that you can be sure.
What?
But if you are clear, if you have a clear recollection that no one ever did, that's fine.
Well, I don't recall it, so no.
Okay. Ms. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 689, please. So you'll see this is the email where he says my comments. And then registrar, the attachment to that is HAM 690. So this is what SEMA's reports. This is their general format. Is this familiar to you?
The SEMA one? No.
Just this general sort of the SEMA uses this format for the front page of many of their reports. This doesn't ring a bell for you?
No, it doesn't.
Can you go to image 4, please? This is the table of contents. Again, I'm just trying to see if this might assist you in confirming if you ever received either a draft of this or a draft that had Mr. Moore's comments on it.
So I don't ever recall seeing this, no.
Okay. I'm not going to dig in and show you Mr. Moore's comments if you don't recall seeing them. Registrar, if you can go back to OD7, page 50, paragraph 157. Thank you. So this is a screen capture snip of one of the comments that Mr. Moore made within that document that I just showed you, the SEMA report. And you'll see he suggested deleting a section of that report. And on the right-hand side, you can see his comment. I'll read it out just in case you can't see it. I can see you getting close to the screen. There's no basis, nothing to compare to, and no other agency in Ontario, including the MTO, doing this, exclamation mark. It means absolutely nothing except proving potential exposure to legal actions and confusion, exclamation mark. Did anyone relay to you that Mr. Moore had proposed to Mr. Ferguson to delete the reference to perform friction testing in the 2015 report?
No.
And did anyone convey to you Mr. Moore's comments set out in that comment that I just read out?
No.
Recognizing you're not a technical expert, do you have any concerns about staff proposing to delete an entire recommendation from a consultant report?
I would rely on the staff's professional opinion and their discipline if they're going to do it.
Part of Mr. Moore's comment was, it means absolutely nothing except proving potential exposure to legal actions and confusion. From your perspective, is that an appropriate consideration for staff when considering whether to accept or reject a consultant's recommendation?
So again, it depends. I mean, this is an excerpt of an entire report that's being reviewed. Gary Moore is a professional engineer, and I would rely on his technical expertise in making the comments.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to HAM 24700, please?
Wait, Council, do you mind just repeating the doc ID?
24700.
Is it a native file?
I don't believe so. May not be in the OD in this particular, with this particular doc ID.
I have 24771.
That may be it, but Commissioner, I'm looking at the time. It's always helpful when a technical issue happens 5 minutes before we are going to take our break in any event. So might we take a break just a little early so that I can make sure that we have the right document before the witness?
That'll be fine. Let's take our break now. We'll return at 20 to 12.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, I'm going to take you now to the staff report prepared in respect of the 2015 SEMA report. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 24700? Great, success. Mr. Davis, this is the staff report that was filed, and you'll see that it was submitted by John Mader and prepared by Stephen Cooper, David Ferguson, and Martin White. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so this would have been after the time that that process change was done, so that Mr. Mader would be the submitter. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you have any input into this report?
I would have reviewed it because it's a recommendation report. Even though it was signed off by John Mader, it still comes through to the general manager's office, and all the reports are summarized by my executive assistant, and then they're forwarded to the legislative assistant in the clerk's department. So being a recommendation report, I would have read the recommendation.
You said earlier practice was also to read the executive summary of a recommendation report.
Yeah.
Registrar, can you bring up the next image side by side? Thanks. I can actually tell you this is a longish report, so the executive summary is even a little lengthy. Just turning to the recommendations on image 1, you'll see that there's 4 recommendations. And the first is that the general manager of public works be directed to implement the short-term safety options identified as in report as Appendix A, and that they will be funded from the red light camera reserve, and that staff be directed to report back to Public Works Committee. And then there is an Appendix B, which is referenced in the second recommendation report, that those medium and long-term items be deferred pending the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan update. And there's a request being made to the Chief of Police about speed and aggressive driving, and that a copy of this be provided to the Joint Stewardship Board of the Red Hill for information. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 24702? And can you put that up side by side with HAM 24701? There we go. So that these are just different different document IDs. So the Appendix A and Appendix B that I just took you to in the recommendation reports, these are the appendices. So you'll see that there's short-term options on the right-hand side, and there's medium-term options and long-term options on the left-hand side. And so in short, I'm going to suggest to you, just for context, that those recommendations that we were looking at that Mr. Ferguson had set Mr. Moore, remember when it was engineering services is going to do this, and I had said there was also ones for road maintenance and there was also ones for traffic safety. So by the final report, the recommendation is that the general manager of public works do what is on Appendix A. And that is, so it's not, doesn't identify the particular departments that are going to be doing that work. You had said before it was actually common to identify the different departments. Is this also a fairly common way to proceed? That is, the general manager be directed to do this work?
Yes.
And you'll see on the left-hand side, under the medium-term options, conduct pavement friction testing at an estimated cost of $40,000. Do you see that at the top?
Yes,
Did anyone ever discuss with you that city staff intended to put pavement friction testing as a medium-term option?
no,
That's very much in the details of this.
right,
Much more detailed than you would have been involved in.
that's correct.
Did anyone ever discuss with you that SEMA's recommendations to conduct pavement friction testing, that SEMA identified this as a short-term option, not a medium-term option?
No,
Did anyone tell you that city staff asked SEMA to change the timing of that option from short-term to medium-term,
no,
and that SEMA declined to do that?
no,
Did anyone tell you that? Do you have any concerns with city staff asking a consultant to make a change from something from short-term to medium-term?
I don't, because of the, in this case, the technical expertise that's required with the city staff and the consultant. So I wouldn't have any concern.
Mr. Registrar, can you go to OD 7, page 56, paragraph 171, please? You could put up, thank you. So you'll see this is October 30th, which, just to orient you, is the same time that Mr. Mader was looking for a call with you and Mr. Moore, same day. And at the top of image 2, Dave has made those minor recommendations to read the actions are by GM Public Works. I think I misspoke. Dave, make those minor revisions to read that the actions are made by the GM Public Works and send it to me. Did you have any role in converting the recommendations from being specific to particular identified departments within Public Works to being made by GM of Public Works?
No,
Registrar, can you close this call out just for a second? Thank you. So just so that I can identify for you the call out, this is Mr. White forwarding an email from Mr. Mader to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Lupton. All right, Registrar, can you call out that same email again, the one at the top of page 57? So again, you're not copied on this. And this says, Jeff, we have a draft written. It's in a binder I gave John, just stepping down. It recommends the guardrail and lighting review and asphalt testing, all the things Gary argues against. Did anyone advise you at any time of Mr. White's views that Gary was arguing against the guardrail, the lighting review, and the asphalt testing?
no,
Mr. Wright goes on to say, despite that, I believe sorry, I'm getting up there, them to be prudent and required that we do this ethically and technically responsibly. Do you have any views about Mr. White's comments about being prudent and requiring them to do ethically and technically responsibly?
no. Mr. White is the manager of traffic. His experience and expertise is in these items, so I have no concern with his comments.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to OD 7, page 74, paragraph 233, please. Thank you. Do you recall whether or not you attended the December 7th, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting where staff presented the report that we were just looking at?
I don't recall, but in saying that, if it's a Public Works Committee meeting, I'm the general manager. I, in all likelihood, was there.
Okay. At that meeting, Councilor Marula asked Mr. Moore, who was in attendance, to elaborate on the quality of the asphalt used, asking whether the city had used, quote, low-grade asphalt in comparison to that used by the MTO. Mr. Moore replied that the city had used SMA, which is a defined term, stone mastic asphalt, in the construction of the Red Hill, which was the MTO's top mix for, quote, high-speed freeway type, end quote, roadways. Do you remember an exchange between Councilor Marula and Mr. Moore?
I do not.
Okay. Registrar, can you call out the next paragraph, please? Mr. Moore informed the committee that MTO had performed initial friction testing and received results at or above what the MTO typically expected from high-grade friction mixes. He also informed the committee that they had performed subsequent testing 5 years later in approximately 2012, 2013, finding the road was holding up exceptionally well. And he said, we have, quote, we have no concerns about the surface mix, end quote. Do you remember that part of the exchange between Councilor Marula and Mr. Moore?
No.
Did you have any discussion with anyone about the statements that Mr. Moore made to the Public Works Committee after that committee meeting ended?
I don't recall, no.
Is that to say you don't recall either way, or that you're pretty sure you did not?
I'm pretty sure I did not.
Did anyone ask you any follow-up questions to Mr. Moore's statement?
At the Public Works Committee?
Or thereafter?
No.
I'm thinking specifically about counselors. They never came and asked you for any further information?
No.
Okay, turning now to OD2, paragraph, pardon me, page 13, paragraph 28. Thank you. So at the bottom of page 12, you'll see in March of 2015, City Council directed the city manager to review the size and scope of the Public Works Department. Do you remember what prompted the request from City Council to do that Public Works scope and size assessment?
Yes, I do.
What was that?
So I don't know that on the date, I had a call from a reporter regarding, it was the CVOR, so the Commercial Vehicle Operator's Registration. The city had two, well, Public Works had two certificates, one for our transit and one for our operating fleet. I took a call from a reporter and we were chatting and he started asking me specifics about the registration, the specifics of our ratings. And to which I said, how do you expect me to understand that? And he said, are you saying your department's too big? And I said, the department's too big for me to understand all those details. That got reported in the paper. We then went, I went in council, I went in camera and explained to them what I had said, why I said it. But at no time did I ever tell my employer that my department was too big. That was simply a one-off, a very bad quote by me to the press. I was in the job for 7 years, never did that. And I can't take those words back, but I said it.
Okay. So the city staff retained Core International to help senior management with their review of the organizational structure of Public Works. I'm quoting now at the top of 13. And to help the city manager answer the question, is the Public Works Department too large? So that was following on the comments that you made.
That was part of it. I believe also it was, I was retiring, you know, I was going into my retirement year, and it wasn't unusual to review departments of that size. The public health and social services had gone through similar reviews, planning, but you know, that when I explained to council what happened, that's a result of what came out of it. But doing a review of a department is not an unusual thing.
Okay. And what was the answer to Core International's retainer? Is the Public Works Department too large?
So I helped draft a report with the Executive Director of Human Resources. And then, you know, the department wasn't too large. It was just how to realign the functions and duties of staff.
To what extent were there concerns within the city or identified by Core about effective sharing of information between work groups within Public Works?
What did they comment on? Is that what you're asking?
To what extent were there concerns about that topic?
I don't recall that as part of the report. It may be in there. I don't recall it.
Okay. And what about any concerns about the sufficiency of cooperation between work groups?
Well, when I was general manager, we had cooperation and collaboration between the divisions.
So you didn't identify any concerns about insufficient cooperation?
No.
And Core did not either?
Core identified what the function should be. I don't know if there was specific deficiencies they identified.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up HRV 890, please? I think I misspoke. I meant to say RHV, but thank you, Registrar, for finding it in any event. I'm finding this a little bit small. Is there any way that we can blow up the font? Mr. Davis, are you finding it? Perfect, thank you. So you won't be able to read all of it at the same time now. An anonymous letter was sent to the city auditor in March 2019. This is that letter. Have you seen a copy of this letter before?
I have.
Did you see it in preparation for the inquiry process or at some earlier point?
For the preparation.
Were you the author of this letter?
No.
Do you know who wrote it?
No.
Registrar, can you show the second half of image 1? Thank you.
So
Enough for you to read.
sorry, just a moment. Commissioner, we've looked at this letter before in the context of another witness, and the same concern that I had when another witness was questioned about an anonymous letter remains with respect to the effort to question other witnesses about this letter.
Mr. Letterman, I think this question is premature. Your objection is premature. We haven't even heard the question.
All right, very well. Then I will wait for the question.
Thank you. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Davis, do you see about halfway down this page in front of us, your name?
Yes.
You see it says, so this is 2019, it says former, so that's correct. Former PW general manager, was the general manager at the time, and absolutely knew that Mr. Moore had hired a consultant to do investigation on asphalt quality. So just stopping there, I'm going to ask you again. I know I've already asked this question. Did you know that Mr. Moore had hired a consultant to do an investigation on asphalt quality?
No.
And the second part of this is that this is an assertion about you, that you left the matter to Mr. Moore to pursue and resolve. To the extent that you can interpret what that means, did you leave the matter to Mr. Moore to pursue and resolve, presumably about hiring a consultant?
I have no comment on this letter.
That's fair, but I do think just as a matter of fairness, I do want to put any assertions against you to you so that you can provide comment. But if you don't have a comment on that particular sentence, is that your response?
So just a moment. Again, the first question relating to the first sentence was put to the witness. The witness says he didn't know. So I don't know how the second component to that actually follows. And again, this is precisely the kind of concern that I have.
Setting aside the editorial comment, Mr. Letterman, I think it probably follows, Ms. Lawrence, that if he did not know there was an investigation, it can't be said that he left the matter of the investigation to Mr. Moore.
That's fair. I felt obliged to provide the totality of the comments in this letter directed to Mr. Davis, but I believe we received his comment that he has no comment.
I'm taking that he has no comment with respect to that sentence.
Thank you.
With respect to that phrase within the sentence. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis, did the fact that Mr. Moore had hired a consultant to do investigation of asphalt quality, was that an item that was on the Public Works Department management team agenda?
Not to my knowledge. No.
Registrar, can you go to image 2, please? Can you call up the italicized text that is in the bottom half of this image? And in fact, if you could just include just 3 line or the paragraph before the italicized text as well, please. Thank you. Apologies. I want to ensure that Mr. Davis has the right information in front of him. Can you close out that call out? Include that call out, but also include the next line that comes after the call, the italicized set text, please. Thank you. Mr. Davis, can you review the quotations that are italicized and answer the following question? To the best of your knowledge, did Mr. Moore ever speak in this manner?
No.
Thank you. You can close that document, close that call out. Thank you. Mr. Davis, you supervised Mr. Moore first in the director capital planning role that you held and then as general manager, right?
That's correct.
How would you describe your working relationship with him?
Very professional.
Did you have the opportunity to observe his skills as an engineer?
I provided annual performance appraisals that are on record in the Human Resources Department.
And in those reviews, did you have the opportunity to either observe or elicit observations about his skills as an engineer?
I'm an accountant by trade, so he's probably he's a very good engineer.
Okay.
So I had a number of directors who were engineers. I didn't comment on their ability to provide engineering services.
Fair enough. Did you have a chance to observe his interpersonal skills?
We commented on those, yes, in his evaluations. They would all be part of record.
Okay, well, we don't have them. What can you remember about those?
So he had a large portfolio. He was in charge of design, surveys, construction, and asset management. So he worked with all those divisions. The capital budget process went through his division, and then the delivery of the design and then the construction. So he worked very well with all his managers.
Did you obtain that information for your performance reviews from his direct reports?
Say again?
Did you obtain that information about his interpersonal skills from his direct reports in order to provide that performance review to him?
That would be part of it, yes.
Okay. And what about you? Did you have a chance to observe his interpersonal skills?
I did. I worked with him, and he was in our departmental management team meetings. So yeah, I worked with him on an ongoing basis. Our offices were 2-3 doors apart.
Did you ever see his management skills or interpersonal skills interfere with his effectiveness as the Director of Engineering Services?
No.
Did you ever hear him either to you or in your earshot engage in swearing or cussing?
No.
I took you to 2 emails today, neither of which you were copied on. One where he said, "I shoot the horse," and the other where he said, "Lighting is not going to happen, so just stop asking." Would you characterize these as Mr. Moore holding strong opinions?
Yes.
And are those 2 examples indicative of your experience in the way he expressed his strong opinions to colleagues?
No.
Sorry, I'm having some trouble with the range of questions that are being asked of this witness, which is really straying upon asking this witness to express a view about another individual's character. And so I'm just raising it as a concern about this line of questioning.
I accept, Mr. Letterman, that Mr. Moore's character as such is not at issue. I expect that Ms. Lawrence's questions will be in the context of his fulfilling his responsibilities as Director of Engineering Services. I look on each question from that perspective.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Commissioner. It's just that there are a couple of these questions have now been asked a couple of times. Once in the context of the language that.
Well, that's a different question, but the witness has answered that, and we can move on. The answer is consistent, so let's move on from that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you ever observe any signs of Mr. Moore bullying coworkers to get his preferred way?
No, I did not. And can we take the page down? I find it very offensive. Thanks.
Oh, yes, of course. We can take it down. Thank you. Were you aware of any complaints that Mr. Moore had bullied his coworkers?
No,
Were you aware of any concerns from others about Mr. Moore's level of teamwork or cooperation with other employees in Public Works?
no,
Were you aware of any concerns about his interactions with other employees in Public Works?
no,
Did any city employees ever complain to you about Mr. Moore's treatment of other staff?
no,
Did you ever hear such complaints being made to others?
no,
Sitting here today, if you had been privy to all the information that we have gone through today, plus your personal experience with Mr. Moore, would you have taken any action to address the way he interacted with other staff?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, I can repeat it. Taking your personal experiences with Mr. Moore.
Yeah.
And taking the information that we've gone over today, some of which we know that you've said you didn't know at the time. Sitting here today, if you'd had all that information, would you have taken action to address the way Mr. Moore interacted with other staff?
So it would depend on which situation. If you refer to the reports where there was discussions back and forth, that is something that divisions do. And both of the directors are professional. So, that's just the management between those two. I don't see any issue with it. And I can't see, I wouldn't have any issues.
I'm going to take you back now in time, back to 2009. So you had become general manager of Public Works officially in May 2009, you said, right?
Correct.
And you were acting manager for about 6 months before that?
Since January, yes.
Okay. I think you told me earlier that in 2007, you didn't know that Golder Associates was a consulting engineer on the Red Hill. Do you remember giving that answer?
Yes, I do. I know Golder was a consultant. I didn't know they were on the Red Hill.
Okay.
Until this process.
Okay. Did you know that Golder was a consulting engineer on the Red Hill did you know this in 2009?
Were they on the consultant roster? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking if you knew in 2009 if Golder Associates had been a consulting engineer on the Red Hill project.
I can't recall.
Okay. Did you know that throughout 2009, Golder was involved in preparing a phase 1 of a pavement and materials technology review for the city of Hamilton?
No.
In 2009, did you know that Golder Associates received the Ontario Consulting Engineers Award from the Consulting Engineers of Ontario for its work on perpetual pavement on the Red Hill?
I did not know that in 2009.
And when did you learn that?
Through this process.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull up OD chapter 3, sorry, OD 3, page 77, paragraph 162. Right, so I'm just starting at 162. It sets out, you don't have to call it out. That the Red Hill received a number of awards, and then in 63, the awards in chronological order. And then you'll see E, pardon me, number E on page 77 is that the award I was just speaking about, 2009. So this award was presented to Golder Associates on June 2nd, 2009 in Ottawa. Did you know on June 2nd, 2009, that Gary Moore attended the ceremony on that day?
No,
Did you know that Golder Associates paid for Mr. Moore and his wife to fly from Toronto to Ottawa and back for the ceremony?
no,
Did you know that Golder Associates paid for Mr. Moore and his wife to stay 2 nights at the Chateau Laurier?
no,
In 2009, did Mr. Moore ever discuss with you the fact that Golder had offered to pay for these flights and hotel, or that they had paid for his flights and hotel?
no, I don't recall that conversation.
Not before he left for that ceremony, nor when after he came back?
No, that's correct. Yeah.
Did anyone raise this issue with you while you were a general manager?
No,
As a general manager of Public Works, were you familiar with the Code of Conduct policy?
yes,
And did you expect all of the employees of Public Works to comply with it?
yes,
Knowing the information that's set out in paragraph E of page 77, what we're just looking at, do you have concerns about Mr. Moore attending this trip?
no, I don't.
Why not?
So the award is very, it was a very important award for the city of Hamilton. It was a project that was in the making for many, many years, received the award. So this is something, where you would have, I would say, as an exception to the rule in order to receive that on behalf of the city of Hamilton.
Okay, Registrar, can you pull up Ham 58896, please? So this is the policy that was in effect at the time. That looks familiar to you?
Yes,
Okay. And you'll see on image 2, could you bring up image 1 and image 2 at the same time, please? And the second paragraph of image 2, you could call that out. So employees shall not accept any gift, benefit, money, discount, favors, or other assistance from any business who has a contract with or supplies goods to, unless the gift, benefit, money, discount, favor, assistance is one that, due to the nature of the business, is available to all members of the public. You knew that part of the policy, right?
yes,
I think you can close that registrar and go to the next paragraph, please. Oh, the next paragraph, please. Paragraph after that, in accordance with existing regional policies. So here, employees, this policy does not prohibit employees from receiving promotional gifts or benefits of nominal value. You'd agree with me that flights and 2 nights hotel accommodation are not nominal value.
I agree.
And if you can go down to image 4, please. The very last paragraph. One more. Image 4. Thank you. And the very last paragraph, you can call that out. Thanks. So employees who have reason to believe that this code of conduct has been breached are encouraged to bring that concern to the attention. Then it also says, caution is always the best guide to behavior in this area. Employees are encouraged to discuss any circumstance about which they have the least, it's supposed to be least doubt, with their supervisor or department head. And you were Mr. Moore's supervisor at this time, May, June 2009,
That's correct.
and he didn't raise it with you?
I don't recall it, no.
Okay. And if he had raised it with you, what would your response be?
So being the type of award it is, you know, the paperwork would have had to been provided, and I would have approved them going because it was such a significant award for the city of Hamilton.
Okay. And so do you have any concerns that you would have approved it if he had asked, but he didn't ask? Do you have concerns with that?
No.
Okay. Just one moment, Commissioner. I'm just checking my notes. Registrar, you can take that code of conduct down. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Those are my questions. I did convey to council that I would be ending before the lunch break. But we haven't discussed as council the timing. Commissioner, I'm in your hands. Would it be helpful to take just a very short break so that we can discuss the order of examinations?
Well, it's almost 12:30 now. Why don't we instead take our break and council can go into a breakout room right away and sort out how much time they require. So in that case, if it's 12:25 now, an hour and 15 minutes will take us to 20 to 2, I guess. So we'll stand adjourned until then.
Thank you. And council, Registrar, can you put council in a breakout room? And thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. I had concluded my questions before the lunch break.
Mhm.
I understand that counsel for the MTO, for Golder, and for Dufferin do not have questions for Mr. Davis. And so I'm going to turn it over to counsel for the City of Hamilton.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Mr. Commissioner, may I proceed, please?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Davis. I just have a few questions for you following up on some of the evidence that you provided earlier this afternoon and this morning. I just want to talk to you a little bit about the discussion that you had with Commission Counsel earlier today about the city's use of consultants. Based on the evidence that you provided earlier, you described the process as being collaborative. And I just want to break that down a little bit. When city staff seek the advice of a consultant, do they rely on the consultant's expertise normally?
Yes,
And similarly, depending on the topic, do city staff also sometimes have experience and expertise on the topics in question, depending on what the subject matter is?
that's correct.
And is it possible in certain instances for city staff to have additional insight or knowledge about certain factors that need to be taken into consideration, which consultants who do not work at the city might not be fully aware of?
That's correct, yes.
And what type of factors might these be?
Well, the city staff, when they put together the proposal or the request to use the consultant, they know exactly what council is asking for, and they put that into a format so that the consultant can bid on it. But they would have all what is the budget side of it, what has been done to date, what information is available to give to the consultant that they wouldn't know about. So they would have all the history of the project to assist the consultant.
And I think you mentioned in your evidence earlier that in dealing with consultant reports, staff often apply their own judgment based on their experience and expertise. How would you expect city staff, and particularly staff in leadership positions, as some of the directors, to use their judgment in applying the advice that's contained in a given consultant report?
So they would take their expertise and the disciplines that they've developed over the years in that portfolio, and then they would ensure that when the consultant is providing the information, it's providing exactly what is needed for the city of Hamilton. So they're able to vet the information from the consultant to ensure that the city of Hamilton's needs are being met.
Okay, so I think, and correct me if I'm not summarizing that properly, but really, I guess, distill the information in a manner that's responsive to the question that needs to be answered.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And so further to your discussion earlier with Commission Counsel about consultant reports that are sometimes prepared for the city of Hamilton, as we've been talking about here today. In 2013 and 2015, to the best of your knowledge, was there a policy about city staff being required to provide a copy of any consultant reports to City Council?
No, there wasn't.
Okay. And so in the absence of any such policy, how would staff typically determine whether a copy of a given report would need to be provided?
So depending on the discussion item, staff would have the consultant report, and if they were meeting with counselors, they basically summarize that report. Council at that time may ask to see the report, and that's fine. Again, that report is not for staff only. It's a city document, and if the council wants to review it, by all means they can. Generally, they want the expertise of the member of staff to provide them the summary of the report.
Okay, so staff would likely use their discretion then in deciding what needs to be, whether a copy needs to be included or not?
That's correct.
Okay. And Commission Counsel actually took you to an exchange a little bit earlier between Mr. Lupton and Mr. Moore regarding a November 18, 2013 council meeting follow-up related to the RHVP lighting. You might recall you were not copied on the correspondence, but your evidence was that this does not cause you any concern because you knew that Mr. Lupton and Mr. Moore had to report on the matter in any event, and that your expectation was that Mr. Moore and Mr. Lupton were aware of the fact that this was an OBL item that needed to be dealt with professionally. Do you recall that exchange with Commission Counsel a bit earlier?
That's correct, yes.
And so if I could ask Mr. Registrar, if you could please call up OD number 6, page 86, paragraph 224. And while that's coming up, Mr. Davis, I'd like to take you to a related email that Commission Counsel did not take you to earlier, but here Mr. Moore describes his follow-up discussion with Councillor Collins on this topic. We'll go through the email here together, and then I just wanted to ask you a question about that. So as you can see here, it's called up. Mr. Moore says in his email, I talked to Councillor Collins after PW on Monday, his expectations regarding the outstanding lighting report for the Mud Street interchange. He is not expecting anything until the improvements suggested and approval in your last report have been implemented and have had a reasonable time to be able to comment on their effectiveness or not. I would say he's not looking for anything in 2014 or maybe beyond. Ms. Clark, this is an OBL item that will have to go beyond this term of council and cannot at this time be given date, at least not in certainty before Q4 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so I just want to clarify, is this what you were referring to earlier when you said it was your expectation that illumination was placed on the OBL and that it was going to be dealt with appropriately?
That's correct. The item is definitely going to be dealt with and sent to the committee and council.
Okay. And we can just bring that down, Mr. Registrar. Thank you. Commission Counsel also asked you about concerns with respect to Mr. Moore recommending some changes to consultant reports, and you said that you didn't have a concern with that. And I just wanted to clarify or ask you to clarify your evidence in that regard. Can you explain why that was not concerning to you?
So the suggestions by Mr. Moore are just that. It's a report going with another department. That's collaboration between them. So it's not one director has over the final say over all of it. They were working together. And so Mr. Moore provided his response. And I would just leave it at that.
Okay, and in your experience, have you ever experienced a situation where a consultant would sign off on a report if they disagreed with what was being proposed or what it entailed in that report, like the consultant report itself?
Would the consultant sign off on it?
Right. Would a consultant ever sign off on a report that they disagreed with what the report would have contained?
No, they wouldn't. They're professionals as well, and their credibility is on the line with that report.
And so Commission Counsel also took you to the information report dated November 18, 2013, and asked you a number of questions about that. And if I could just ask Mr. Registrar, could you please pull up document number RHV 668, please? And so while that's coming up, Mr. Davis, you stated earlier that your involvement with the staff reports, such as the one that we have on the screen here, was minimal in that you had a high-level policy and administrative role. And I'm just summarizing here, but you mentioned that the reports were effectively prepared by the directors and the staff who had the technical expertise and experience. Do you recall that? That's correct. They were prepared by the experts in the department. And so, as you can see here, it says that the report was prepared by Mr. Cooper and Mr. Ferguson and that it was submitted by you. Do you see that? Yes. Can you tell me what the distinction is here between prepared by and submitted by? The prepared by are the authors of the expertise and the subject matter, and they write the report based on what was requested from council, and in this case, what was provided by the consultant's report. And they generate this report. They forward it to
In this case, it would have went to Mr. Lupton and then to Mr. Mader, who are also had the expertise in the subject matter. And it comes to the general manager, which is me in this case. I sign off for the submission to the Public Works Committee. And that's mine's a policy and administration function only.
And so who were some of the people that were normally present at meetings where these type of reports were being presented or discussed?
So at a Public Works Committee, there would be myself and all the directors from each division, because there'll be reports generally covering the overall department. And then the subject matter experts such as Stephen Cooper and Dave Ferguson may be attending as well to answer any specific questions regarding the technical issues. So the director of the divisions are all, it was mandatory, they had to attend. And then the support staff that assisted in reports would attend as well.
Okay. And I think you may have already answered that, but just so that I'm clear, council could ask questions about the substance of these reports in these types of committee meetings if they had any questions?
Yes, that's exactly what the committee is for. To the reports go, the members of the committee ask any questions that they have, and then it then either gets referred back to staff or it gets approved and it moves on to the council floor for approval.
And I think you may have mentioned this in your conversation with Commission Counsel a little bit earlier. Was there at some point later a change made to the policy regarding the sign off on these types of reports to council?
There was. What changed is rather than the general manager of the respective department signing off, the director who was the lead, whose division was the lead on the report, would sign off on the report. So in Public Works, we had at one point we had 7 different directors. Any one of them could have signed off on a report that their staff authored.
Okay, thank you. If I could just have one moment to review my notes here. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Those are all my questions for you today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Lawrence, any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Levy, I just have one question about a question that you put. And may be that I have misunderstood. Could we go back to OD 6, page 86, paragraph 224?
I think Mr. Registrar is right. Oh, there we go.
Getting that up. So the question you put related to the Mud Street interchange lighting. And I appreciate there must have been an outstanding issue about that. But I thought that this morning, a number of the questions were directed towards lighting across the entire Parkway.
That's right. So there were distinct issues. Some were across the entire Parkway, and then one of the outstanding OBL items was with respect to this particular issue.
So this is a specific lighting issue, but you're not suggesting that this is exhaustive of the lighting issues.
No. This was with respect to this particular lighting issue. I just wanted to provide Mr. Davis with an opportunity to see the follow-up to some of the correspondence that was taking place before with respect to Mr. Moore following up with Councillor Collins because of the comments that he had made in his correspondence with Mr. Lupton about lighting in general. But this is a specific.
Right.
This is with respect to a specific lighting.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, you can take the document down in order that I can look at Mr. Davis and thank him for attending this morning and early afternoon at the inquiry. You're excused.
Thank you, Mr. Ridge.
So the next witness is Mr. Malone, I take it.
That's correct, Commissioner. And Mr. Malone and his legal counsel are in a breakout room. Okay. And we can have them join us momentarily. Mr. Registrar, if you could bring Mr. Malone and his counsel into the main room, please.
I'll move them now, Council. Sorry, just a couple seconds and they'll be with us.
Commissioner, SEMA is not a participant withstanding in this matter. Mr. Tobin and Mr. Provo are here in respect of their representation of SEMA and Mr. Malone. And Commission Council has no concerns with their attendance, including on screen during my examination of Mr. Malone.
Thank you.
Good day, Commissioner. Good morning, good day, Commissioner.
So I think we should administer the oath to Mr. Malone.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Malone. I'm just going to ask you to affirm your evidence today, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. May I proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Malone.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start with some questions about your professional background. I'm going to start with turning up document CIM 22414. So this is a profile of you from SEMA's website. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes. It's my resume.
Thank you. Commissioner, this document is not yet an exhibit, and I ask that it be made the next exhibit,
Okay.
57.
57. Okay.
So just turning to the far left-hand side, it says career 2009 to present. Are you still working at SEMA?
Yes, I'm still a casual employee at SEMA.
Prior to being a casual employee, did you have another role at SEMA?
I did, yes.
What was that?
I was Vice President of Transportation.
And did you retire from that role as Vice President of Transportation formally and then move to your current casual employee designation?
Yes. I divested my shares in the company when I turned 60 and changed my role and became a casual employee instead of a partner and a vice president.
When did that happen?
February 1st, 2019. 2020? Yeah, one or the other.
So fairly recently, and I think it was 2020. You want to take a moment to go back in your mind?
Well, yes, the COVID fog is there, 2020.
Thank you. I'd like to take you through a few parts of your background. I understand you're a licensed professional engineer.
I am.
When were you first licensed in Ontario?
1985.
And you are certified by the Transportation Professional Certification Board as a professional traffic operations engineer and road safety professional?
That's correct, yes.
Just going back to that little box on the far left-hand side under career, it says City of Hamilton. You were employed by City of Hamilton from 1985 to 2000.
That's correct, yes.
What was your final title at the city, the last one you held?
Senior Traffic Operations Engineer.
Which department did you work in?
It started with the Public Works Department of the City of Hamilton, and then transitioned to the Public Works, the Traffic Department, and then transitioned to the Public Works Department.
Okay. So was it at the end, the traffic department within the Public Works Department?
Traffic Division of the Public Works Department.
Thank you. And did you work with Martin White while you were in that role at the city?
Yes, I was a supervisor.
And what about Hart Solomon?
He was my supervisor.
Okay. And then it says you worked at the Ministry of Transportation for a year from 2000 to 2001.
Correct.
Can you describe your role there?
My title was head of the traffic office in the central region, or not central region, but head office for MTO, which is located in St. Catharines.
And you worked at ACOM, THS, Synetics, 2001, 2009?
Correct. I left MTO and went to work for Synectics. Synectics was owned by TSH at the time. And then in 2008, TSH was purchased by AECOM.
Okay, and what did you do there?
Initially, I was vice president of transportation, vice president of Synectics, and then became president of Synectics at, I forget the exact date, but some point before I left.
While you were at that succession of companies, the Synectics companies, did you do any consulting work for the city of Hamilton?
Yes.
What kind of consulting work did you do for the city?
Well, Synectics was a consulting engineering firm that specialized in traffic safety, and so the work was all revolving around traffic engineering and traffic safety work.
Okay. So you said that you are licensed as a professional traffic operations engineer and road safety professional.
That's not a license; it's a certification. So it's a separate certification.
Pardon me, a certification. And you consider yourself a road safety professional?
I do.
With reference to the concept of nominal safety, could you explain the role of a design engineer for road building? A design engineer compared to other kinds of engineers?
Well, a design engineer would typically be someone who designs a road from the perspective of geometric design. There's a concept of nominal safety and substantive safety, which is not directly connected with design, but indirectly connected. So I can elaborate if you'd like.
Yes, please.
The part of the discussion in the road safety industry is a recognition that can be a difference between nominal safety and substantive safety. The nominal safety is typically defined as relating to a recognition that compliance with standards may achieve a certain degree of safe operation. So if the design manual states a certain parameter for an element of road design, ensuring you meet that parameter is one way to ensure a quote unquote safe design. Substantive safety is the extension of that, I guess is a better word, dealing with the actual outcomes of whether a road facility is operating in a safe manner or not, despite whatever design elements may have gone into it. So from a road safety perspective, you're typically concerned with both nominal and substantive safety, and try to be aware of the potential differences between the two that might exist in the circumstance that you're assessing.
Thank you. For substantive safety, what kinds of data would you want to collect to inform yourself about substantive safety?
Traffic volumes, traffic speed, motor vehicle collision information, driver behavior. Those would be sort of the fundamental basic parameters that are present. The geometric condition of the facility is also an aspect that would be included in the assessment.
Can one assess substantive safety before construction, or is it strictly a post-construction concept?
It's substantive safety is a recognition of the real world outcomes that can exist. It is possible and encouraged to consider substantive safety in the design process. It's more challenging because you don't have the experience, the ability to observe users in the road facility or the available data for the elements I just described of volume, speed, and collisions. But I won't say it's exclusive to post-construction. It can be considered initially, and things like road safety audits are intended to try to address that, as well as in-service road safety reviews, which are done post-construction.
You said it wasn't exclusively post-construction, and then reference road safety audits and in-service safety reviews. How might one work towards substantive safety in a pre-construction phase?
By considering what potential interactions, theoretical interactions a motorist may have with the proposed facility. So, on the most basic level, if a roadway is a long, straight alignment and a single sharp curve is introduced in the middle of that long, straight section, from a substantive safety perspective, there may be an elevated need for attention to potential errors that drivers may make because of their interaction with that facility, even though it may be consistent with design parameters from a nominal safety perspective. So, I mean, it's a simplistic, but an example of where it can be included.
Okay, thank you. So assuming a road is built to standard, that is, it meets nominal safety, and yet has an unanticipated rate of accidents or an unusual profile of accidents once there are drivers actually on the road, what factors do a substantive safety approach focus on to try to assess what is happening?
Well, the same factors that I just talked about. So we would pay attention to traffic volumes, traffic speeds, the driver behavior, collision history, and a variety of other elements that may be indicative of determination of, first of all, whether or not there is an issue or problem, and what possible reasons might be the source of the outcome.
Would driver behavior or driver error be one of those factors?
Yes, in the example of driver behavior, speed is a driver behavior because it's selected by the driver. It's determined by the driver on the facility. They control what speed they're going to travel at. And so in that example, looking at speed data would give you some insight into driver behavior. And so absolutely, driver behavior would be something you would try to determine. But I would put an asterisk on that there's potentially limitations as to what you can determine about driver behavior from that type of evidence and even from observations.
Okay, and that would not be the only thing you look at. You gave a laundry list of things that would that is from a substantive safety approach you would consider in addition to driver behavior. Is that fair?
Yes, for sure, absolutely.
And would one of those factors that you would consider be the roadway itself in terms of its geometry?
Yes, as I highlighted a moment ago with the example of the single curve, the road geometry, because the driver interacts with the road is an element. And maybe to sort of simplify it, we're typically looking at three elements: the driver, the road, and the vehicle itself as three components of that you wish to assess as best you can in trying to determine and assess substantive safety.
Okay, so focusing on that second factor, the road, you look at geometry. You already talked about collision review and what about the roadway materials?
Yes, that certainly could come into play. You know, if the road was a gravel road as opposed to a paved road, there'd be potentially different operating conditions and different interactions between the driver and the road. And the road surface also changes potentially depending on environmental conditions. Weather, rain, snow will impact the interaction between the vehicle and the road surface. And so certainly road surface would be something to consider.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a number of questions about your work at SEMA. Is it fair to say that you and others at SEMA both considered the nominal safety, design standards compliance approach, and also a substantive safety approach when you were providing consulting services to the city?
I would partially yes, but I would clarify that when a road safety assessment, in this case, an in-service road safety review is being done, one of the things that we do not do is we're not there to assess the design. So we're not going back to the design standards and checking to see if things were constructed in accordance with the plan. That's not what a road safety audit does. We're more focused on the substantive safety side of the line. There's some inevitable blurring between the two. So understanding the elements that would make up normative safety, geometric design, are critically important to understand, but I stress and clarify and stress that a road safety assessment is not a design review. It's
okay.
Specifically is not intended to do that. There are processes for that.
Great, thank you. Okay, turning now to SEMA. From Synectics, you moved to SEMA and you worked there from 2009, you already told me. What office of SEMA did you work in?
Sorry, you mean physically what office?
Yeah, physically, the geographic location of your office.
In Burlington, Ontario.
How big was the Burlington office in terms of number of staff?
Well, initially, myself and another partner opened the Burlington office. So on day one, there were two of us. And then, it since has built up to, I don't know, there's probably 65 people here in Burlington and multiple others in other offices throughout Ontario.
And who was the partner that you initially opened the Burlington office with?
Ali Hadiagi.
How did you come to do work for the city of Hamilton while you were a partner at SEMA?
We would bid on assignments that were publicly advertised, and we received a number of assignments through the roster process, and we also received assignments through direct award.
Within SEMA, who was the primary contact for work for the city of Hamilton?
I won't say there was a primary one. I certainly had a connection to the city, having worked there. So I had some contacts and knew some people, but Ali also was intimately connected with the work. So I would probably say it was more closely shared.
Okay. And was that true in terms of you had the close connection, but it was shared from 2009 until your retirement? And I'm sorry, I'm going to call it retirement, which is when you move from partner to casual employee leave. That's okay.
Yeah, it probably shifted back and forth over time, depending on what else was going on and who was doing what. I would say towards the end, I was probably more in Hamilton than Ali was, only because he had become involved with other clients more deeply and less time available.
Okay. How significant a client was the city of Hamilton to SEMA from 2009 to 2020?
Well, in 2009, you have to recognize we were a startup. We had zero revenue. And City of Hamilton was not a client initially. There were other things that we achieved, and then gradually shifted over time to 2020 or 22. Hamilton is currently Hamilton's a relatively small client for SEMA, only because the book of business has grown so much.
What about in the 2013 to 2018 period? Was the City of Hamilton a significant client in terms of SEMA's Burlington office book of business?
By significant, you mean dollar-wise?
Sure. Yeah, dollar-wise.
Dollar-wise, no, I wouldn't say they were significant. Like percentage-wise, perhaps 10, 15% of our revenue.
What about in terms of not dollar-wise, but in terms of the quantum of work that you were doing for them?
Relatively similar. Might have been a little higher quantity of work, but there were certainly a large number of clients. We work for clients all over Ontario, Canada, and even into the US. And the Ministry of Transportation became a much larger client for us.
During your time at SEMA, ending in 2020, did SEMA do consulting work for the MTO?
Yes.
What about for other municipalities?
Yes.
And apart from municipalities or government, did you have private clients as well?
A few, not very many, but several, yes.
Okay. So how would you compare the importance of the relationship between the City of Hamilton and SEMA to your other relationships with other municipalities?
Similar, the same. All public sector clients are pretty similar in their operation. Each one has a slightly different approach to things, but the overall relationship was essentially the same.
In terms of your business development plans let's say in 2013, did you view Hamilton to be a client that you wanted to develop business with, and you thought you would develop business with?
We hoped we would develop business with. And we're consulting engineers, so our business comes from external clients, and Hamilton was certainly one of the ones that was on our list. They're a relatively large municipality, geographically close to us, makes for efficient business and work. So yes, they were on our list as a client that we wish to have, but so were many others.
Which division of the City of Hamilton did typically retained SEMA to do work, either on the roster or through tender?
Well, SEMA's specialty was traffic safety and traffic engineering. And so it was primarily what was the former traffic department and now part of the public works department. That would be our primary client.
Okay. Who did you primarily deal with at the City of Hamilton for the work that you did for them? And this isn't a memory test, but I mean, particular names.
Well, one of the strong contacts would have been Martin White.
And Stephen Cooper?
Stephen Cooper worked for Mr. White.
And David Ferguson?
Again, he was subordinate to Mr. White, so they were sort of in the list in that order.
Okay. And is there anyone else at the City of Hamilton that pops to mind in terms of staff members that you and your team dealt with regularly?
Yeah, we worked with Ron Gallo. We worked with Brian Hughes, who was in the Public Works Department. Those are just two to come to mind. There were multiple people. We weren't confined to any very small group, but our expertise was relatively specialized, and so the departments that dealt with that would reach out to us.
Okay. Who did you view as your client when you had a contract with the City of Hamilton? Individual staff, people who retained you, the city as a whole, the traffic department, who did you consider your client?
Well, at the high level, the client is the city of Hamilton. They write the purchase order from the purchasing department, but our contact is an individual in whichever department had retained us. And so from a practical and reality perspective, we would work for an individual who was the designated project manager, project lead on the client side. So that was the same in Hamilton as it would have been anywhere else.
I've just dropped my pen. I'm just be right back. Odd thing about Zoom. Okay. You mentioned earlier that sometimes you received contracts from the City of Hamilton's roster. Remember that? You said that earlier?
Yes.
You applied to be on the City of Hamilton's roster of consultants?
We bid to be on the roster of consultants. It was a bidding process that was carried out every couple of years.
Okay. And you were successful in those bids?
I don't remember if we were successful every time, but we certainly were successful in 2013 and beyond. Yes.
Okay.
We were on the roster.
How would you find out if the City of Hamilton was considering assigning a project through the roster?
Through the roster specifically, assignments would typically be communicated to us. Availability of assignments would be communicated to us directly from a person, an individual at the city who I understood was going to be or was the project manager for the assignment.
Okay. So that you would receive notice of the assignment after the city had determined that you were going to be given a roster assignment. There was no RFP process. There was no additional process to be selected for an assignment. Is that right?
No, I wouldn't word it that way. The roster process was an RFP process. Certain elements had to be submitted and were approved or perhaps pre-approved is the better terminology. That included a definition of individuals that would be available from SEMA and rates for their hourly rates and description of expertise that we were capable of. The roster indicated defined categories of areas of expertise from which consultants could be called. So that was stage one. So you were essentially pre-approved in a roster process. And then when an assignment came, the normal process was either an email or with an attachment in the form of an RFP or request for quote document that would ask us to provide further details. It might also, however, come in the form of an email or even a phone call. And indicating, hey, we have an assignment, we're contemplating hiring SEMA for this task. We would like you to respond to our proposal if definitions have been provided, or to give us a proposal based on this conversation, discussion, email that would transpire. And then we would submit that and await to see whether or not we were accepted.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. To your knowledge, once you were on the roster, did that second process you just described, was that competitive in that the city would be sending out those same requests for quotations to multiple entities on the roster? To your knowledge?
I had no idea. We would receive a request and we would make a submission, but I did not know whether the city was seeking other quotations, proposals for the suggested work. So I was never aware.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions about the way that the way that SEMA maintains its version control on its reports. Is there a standard method for denoting a final version of a report that city uses?
Not per se. The numbering process that we use gives an indication of documents that are being worked on internally. and the separate notation, different notation when documents are sent out of the company to a client. So we know internal versus external distribution, but there was no specific marker that said this is the final. An externally sent document could be in whatever stage of its life. It may not, just because it's gone out doesn't mean it is the final document. Although when we send something out to a client, our intent was that is a product meeting a requirement that the client has requested.
Okay. And would you, even if you didn't use some sort of coding for denoting that something was final, would you include something that said the word final when you were sending out a version you viewed to be final?
Some individuals would. We tried not to. We had an internal numbering system, but it certainly got adapted on the fly. Okay.
My question was more what the use of the word final, just so that I'm clear. Was it the standard practice when SEMA viewed a report to be final that they would call it using the word final on the draft of the report?
No, I would not say the SEMA standard practice was to do that. It may certainly have been done, and I would anticipate that if the word final was attached to it, it was potentially, with the understanding that we were complete. But if the client identified an error in a report, then the correction would be made. So, just because it said final on it, we didn't cross our hands and say no.
Okay. Once SEMA had issued a final report, does it typically have an ongoing role with a project?
With the client?
Yeah, with the client in respect of the content of that report.
Typically, no.
Maybe put differently, SEMA does consultation work. It doesn't do implementation work. Is that right?
Correct. As a consultant, we would provide consulting engineering services to the client, and the client then does with the report that we have provided them what they wish. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you some questions now about the 2013 SEMA report that I think is otherwise called the Red Hill Valley Parkway Safety Review.
Yes.
Do you remember that project?
I understand the report you're referring to, yes.
Who was the lead at SEMA assigned to that project?
Initially, it was Mr. Hadiagi.
What was your day-to-day role in the project?
Initially, not very much. I became involved as the report was being reviewed and asked to assist in the review, and ended up becoming a co-signatory to the report. And just, sorry, to back up half a step, when you said who was responsible, I was assuming you were meaning the responsible partner.
Yes, who it was. Yes, that was. I said who was the lead, but yes, who was the responsible partner?
Yeah. My answer remains the same.
You said initially it was not you, but over time, would you agree that you became the primary responsible partner dealing with this project?
Yes, I think the role expanded, and I became at least a co-lead, using your term, on the assignment with Mr. Hadiagi, Dr. Hadiagi.
Did you conduct any of the data analysis that went into the eventual report?
The actual number crunching?
Yes, the actual number crunching.
Not myself, no.
Did you have a role in drafting responsibility for the final report? And I'm not talking about editing, but the actual first drafting of it?
It's certainly not first drafting of it. The first drafts were put together by a team of staff, typical for most of our reports. There would be multiple individuals involved with assigned various components of the assessment and analysis, and on the internal workings, they would contribute their component to a preparation of the very first drafts of putting the report together.
Okay. So what then was your role as co-responsible partner or responsible partner?
Well, in the 2013 report, I became involved as we were getting to the point of issuing a report to the client. So I was involved in that review prior to the version that was going to be sent out the door to the client.
Who was the primary point of contact with the city from SEMA's perspective? Who within SEMA was the primary point of contact?
Well, it started out as Maurice Maslia, and then that transitioned to Brian Appleby. So for all intents and purposes, Brian Appleby was the primary contact and lead from the internal project manager, SEMA's project manager.
Why did Mr. Appleby fill that role?
Sorry, why?
Yeah.
Because he had the capability of managing some of the technical issues. He was knowledgeable in the subject matter. Mr. Appleby had worked for Hamilton at one point in time, so he had a bit of knowledge about the location, the physical location of the study. I'd say all of those combined were part of the reasons why he was an appropriate choice.
Thank you. Registrar, could you turn up HAM at 426, please? Thank you. So this is a March 12th, 2013 document. It's on SEMA letterhead. Registrar, can you scroll down to the last image in this document, please? It's not short. Oh, sorry, pardon me. Go back up one more. Thank you. So we'll go through the content here, but just so that you can see, this is a request for quotation and it's signed by you. Why was it signed by you rather than another partner? You had said Dr. Hayagi was the sort of started off, but you're signing it. Is there any?
I can't recall exactly why I signed it. Frankly, it might have been availability.
Sure. Okay. Registrar, can you go back up to image one, please? Did you draft this request for quotation yourself?
Not to my recollection, no.
Would you have reviewed it before it was sent out?
Yes.
So you'll see that this is March 12th, and just in the very first paragraph under the line is in response to your request for the above noted, SEMA is pleased to present this letter of quotation. It outlines our understanding of the assignment, summarizes our proposed work plan, and presents our proposed schedule and project fee. And you'll see it is directed to, just above that, Mr. Cooper and Mr. Gallo at the city. I'm going to turn you now to a notebook. Registrar, can you call up SIM 22409, please? So just stopping here before we get into the content, is this your handwriting?
Yes, it's a page from my notebook.
Over the course of the inquiry, you've provided a number of excerpts of your notebook. Is that right?
Yes, as requested.
Thank you. And is it fair to say that your practice was to take notes in respect of events that happened in your notebook on the day that is referenced? The day that things happen, you make a note on that same day. Is that right?
I would try to, yes.
So here on the left-hand side, it says Hamilton Red Hill, it says BP 30. That pink highlighting, was that for identification for the inquiry? The highlighting itself?
I don't think so. I would, it's probably for marking to the timesheet.
Okay. So you'll see up in the left-hand corner, this is March 11. So it's a couple of days before that, the quotation that we were just looking at. And you'll see on the left-hand side, it says Red Hill Hamilton, Red Hill, and it says Steve Hamilton, Ron Gallo Hamilton. Am I correct that you had a call with Steve and Ron Gallo in advance of preparing the quotation?
There was an email initially, and then there was either a phone call or a physical meeting. I don't remember which.
Okay.
I don't know if this reflects a physical meeting or a telephone call conference.
Okay. I have some additional documents I'll take you to that might assist with that, but it was one, or it was some interaction with Mr. Gallo and Mr. Cooper that led to these notes. Is that fair?
Yes, that's Ron Gallo is listed, and Steve refers to Steve Cooper.
Okay. And you'll see the next bullet point under their name says motion from council wording. Did you understand that the quotation you were going to provide was in respect of a project requested through a motion from council?
Not sure I fully understood it. Scribbled the note, so there must have been some reference to that.
Okay. Do you mean you're not sure you fully understood my question? Because it was it's a complicated way I asked that. Or you weren't fully sure if this request was pursuant to a motion from council or not?
The latter.
Okay. Did you see a copy of a motion resolution from council or a committee of council at any time before you completed the project?
Before we completed the project?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm not sure we saw the motion. We saw content that related to provided more clarity, I guess I would say, with respect to a motion.
Okay. Going up to the right-hand side in the box that is under the 7, that's helpful. Registrar, I'm not sure if you can actually highlight on this document, but if you can, just way up at the top on the right-hand side where it says broad safety audit up there. Just trying to orient you to where we are. You don't have to pull that out, but thank you. Yeah, so that's where we're looking. There's a box that says lighting, marking, signing, and it is and it has a square around it. Did you understand this to be the 3 things that Mr. Cooper and Mr. Gallo were seeking SEMA's expertise on?
I was quoting their words, so so I'm not sure who, but somebody quoted that, and I believe there's an email from Mr. Cooper at some place that mentioned the same 3 words. So it's what
okay.
we listed in our proposal, as you can see from the previous document.
Registrar, can you go to CIM 9208, please? And if you can go down to image 2, please. Actually, I think it's probably image 3, pardon me. So there you go. This is, it's over 2 pages, so you can't entirely see it, but this is at the top of this page, an email from Mr. Cooper to Mr. Appleby, and it's a series of emails. Is this the email that you were just referring to that provided some context to the scope of SEMA's work?
Yes, I've read it now since preparing for this testimony.
And there, Registrar, if you could pull out the 4th paragraph in the email on the top that says this will be a larger safety review. And so did that give you an overall general view of what kind of project this was going to be?
Yeah, I think this is assisting in defining what the intent of the review was going to be. And this is wording provided by the representatives from the city to some people at SEMA. I wasn't included in the email thread, but I have since read it.
Okay. Within your industry, a larger safety review or an in-service safety review, does that have a particular scope? The one we were talking about in terms of substantive safety, would you be looking at all the factors that you were talking about around substantive safety in a safety review?
No, I think the context is more larger in terms of geographically, the amount of area that's being covered. This location is includes ramps and mainline sections of the highway. And, we would often get engaged for safety reviews of very precise locations, an individual intersection, for example. And so this is getting clarification that it's larger physically than just one particular location, one particular element.
I see. I didn't ask my earlier question very well. My question I was trying to ask was, is it when you're talking about the term safety review, does that term mean that you're looking at a whole bunch of factors that might go into substantive safety?
A safety review would be equivalent to road safety audit or in-service road safety review. And by definition, that would include substantive safety elements, consideration of normative safety components, but it's a safety review as opposed to a design review of the highway.
Okay, thank you. You can end that call out. Registrar, can you pull up HAM 426 again, please? And if you can call out understanding the assignment down to figure 1. So here, this is understanding the assignment, and you have set out key aspects may include, but may not be limited to lighting, signs and markings, and geometry. And that the city is also going to require a cost benefit assessment for each recommendation or for improvement that results from this review. So it was both an investigation process and then a cost benefit assessment process. Is that right?
Correct.
And I know I asked you this, but just to confirm, at this point, had you seen by the point that you're delivering this request for quotation, had you seen the motion by City Council that prompted this review?
I don't believe so, no. The wording that's here is essentially parroting back what the city had stated to us. So very simplistic: lighting, signs and markings, geometry, virtually no additional detail because we really didn't have a lot of additional detail provided to us.
Fair enough. Registrar, can you end that call out and go to image 2, please? So this request for quotation sets out a work plan that has a number of tasks that seem to either follow one after another or be conducted at the same overlapping times. Is it standard for CMAT to put a work plan together that details every aspect of its process to get to a final report?
I'm not sure I would use the descriptor of every. We try to put a work plan together. It assists both in us in defining the effort which will need to go into the assignment so that we can provide a quotation to the client, and it assists the client in getting some understanding as to what tasks are going to be conducted. I would add that in this example, this project was a roster assignment. So in the roster assignments, there can be a little bit of iterative discussion between the client and SEMA as to what the tasks will be. Because there's not a long, detailed request for proposal that has been issued by the client, it's done more casually with a verbal or a limited interaction. So there's some necessity for understanding, and this assists in providing that clarity.
Right. So the first task is a startup meeting. Registrar, if you could call that task 1 up. And is that part of that process to finalize the project scope, the schedule, the budget, the lines of communication, things that might otherwise be in a request for proposal if you were doing a request for proposal? Is that right?
Well, no, you would typically have a startup meeting regardless of the process that's used. It's a step in the project to initiate communication with the client and try to get the communication going back and forth, particularly if data needs to be exchanged.
Okay, and it's in part a step to finalize the project scope.
It can be, yes. It's that. But all I'm saying is that it's not unique to roster assignments. It's the project startup meeting is a common step in any project that we would do for any client. Okay.
Registrar, can you bring up CIM 9115.001? So this is April 26th. And this is a project initiation meeting minutes for the safety review of the Red Hill Parkway from Dartnell Road to Green Hill Avenue. And just stopping there in that subject line, the safety review in this case was only for a segment of the Parkway. Is that right?
Correct. As defined, starting at the Dartnell Road interchange and going to the Green Hill Avenue interchange. So limited portion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay. So for anybody who doesn't know the Red Hill well, that's not the entirety of the Parkway. From
no,
it's just a segment.
It's less than half of the overall distance, okay, in my recollection.
So is have you seen this document before?
I have, and I've reviewed it more recently in preparation for this inquiry.
Is this the meeting that's described under task 1, the startup meeting?
That's my understanding, yes.
You didn't attend this meeting. Do you know why?
I think I was on vacation.
Okay. And you'll see under item number 2, it says the city expects a comprehensive in-service road safety project to cover all aspects of design, operation, markings, lighting, human factors, and recommendations on different safety improvement options, along with the cost-benefit analysis. The project came out of a request by a city councilor to review lighting. Hamilton sees this as an opportunity to do a comprehensive review. And so was that information passed on to you at some point after this meeting when you returned from vacation?
I don't recall if it was formally passed on to me. It would have been part of the project record, so it would have been available for review.
Okay. Just 1 second. Thank you. Sorry for that. Great. Registrar, can we go back to HAM 426, please? So this is back in the quotation. If you can go to image 2. And so you'll see, I'm going to go through these very quickly, but you have a number of tasks. So we've done the startup meeting. Task 2 is data collection. Registrar, if you can go to the next image. Data collection includes finding standards and any changes, past signage. Looks like it's fairly sort of historical to figure out the current status of the roadway. Is that fair?
That's the request, yes. This is a wish list, a requested list of information, yeah.
Sure. Then you do a review and identify any gaps. That's task 3. Then you do collision coding and collision review. just stopping there, what is a collision review?
It would be an examination of the information provided in the collision history that has been provided. So you would dig into the details of the collision history, looking for patterns and information relating to types of collisions, types of injuries or property damage only, location of collisions. So it's a comprehensive assessment of the data that is able to be taken from the collision history.
And field review is actually going onto the Parkway and looking at the segment of the Parkway that was the subject area. Is that right?
That's what it would mean, yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next image, please? Then there's a design review. So just stopping there, you said earlier that this was not going back to assess whether the roadway had complied with design standards. But you are reviewing basic elements of the Parkway using CAD design drawings. Is that right?
Well, again, the request is to use CAD drawings. The list is the elements that we would pay attention to in the review, because they can be relevant with respect to safe operations of the facility. So these are aspects of the design which are important for consideration.
Okay. Can you go to the next image, Registrar? So then you identify the safety issues, identify potential solutions, evaluate potential solutions, and then you take all of that and you do an interim meeting with the city. Is that right?
Correct.
And the potential solutions that are identified and recommended, those are potential different kinds of countermeasures that the city may want to implement. Is that right?
And that's the intent, is if you identify safety issues based on the various review elements that have been described, contemplate possible solutions, and then bring forward an evaluation of solutions to see whether or not they are feasible and viable for potential implementation.
Okay. And then you have an interim meeting with the city to review what's been completed. And would it be fair to say, provide your preliminary assessment of the identification of safety issues?
Yeah, it's a progress meeting and intended to be sort of bring the city up to date with where we are, showing progress on the assignment, and would likely include some preliminary thoughts that may or may not have been finalized yet, depending on information that's been reviewed.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next image? And then from that point, you do the cost-benefit analysis of the potential solutions that you've identified and discussed with the city at the interim meeting. Is that right?
Well, not necessarily only at the interim meeting, but yes, the intent would be to undertake a cost-benefit analysis of potential countermeasures or actions that are being recommended.
Okay. And then it's finalization, drafting reports, and actually getting the report out.
Correct.
And this project followed these tasks in this order?
It's not purely a serial operation. There's a little bit of parallel processing that goes on.
Sure.
So, but generally, we that this is the approach that we take for the assignment. It's a common approach for road safety assessments, and the intent, and my recollection is generally that's the direction we follow.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up SIM 8423? And the next image, please.
Sorry, Council, I think there's only one page to this.
No.
for
Oh, sorry, it's a identification number. Could you bring up SIM 8423 period 001? There we go. Thank you. So this is identified as meeting minutes, meeting number 2, progress meeting number 1 on June 6, 2013. And it doesn't look like you attended this meeting. Pardon me. It looks like you attended this meeting in June. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall attending this meeting?
Not really, no.
Okay. By this point, were you actively involved in this project?
I'm certainly aware of it. Obviously, I was at the meeting. I don't think I was heavily involved in the analysis that was underway at the time of the meeting, no.
Okay. I was thinking as between, you said initially it was Dr. Hadiagi who was involved, and then you start to play a bigger role. Were you already playing a bigger role by this point?
No, I wouldn't say a bigger role. I think at this point we're pretty well equal. Both Ali and I are present at the meeting.
Is this interim meeting, or is this meeting the interim meeting that is described in task 11 that we just went through?
I'm not sure precisely. It is a progress meeting that had been defined. I'm not sure that there's a direct line drawn between the two of them, as you know, precisely as you're suggesting. But
fair enough. Maybe I'll put it.
The intent is the same.
Sure. So I'll put it this way: by this meeting in June, had SEMA completed the data collection, the data review, the collision analysis, the field review, identified the safety issues, and started to think through potential solutions?
No, not typically at this stage in the progress of the project. The initial meeting was just at the kickoff, which is really a request for information, make sure we're sharing back and forth. This is an update as to where we are, but no, I would not assume that this has concluded our findings yet. We're still analyzing data. Here's our progress so far. This is what we're seeing, and subject to further review.
Okay. Would it be fair then to say that that laundry list that I just went through, those had been started, but not necessarily completed?
Certainly, there's initiation of work. There's as you can see from reading the notes, there's action which has taken place in review of information, and some preliminary thoughts are beginning to have been formed.
Okay. Can we go to SIM 103, please? Can you scroll to the next image? Is this a PowerPoint presentation that you provided at this June 6, 2013 meeting?
Based on the review of my materials for this testimony, I believe it is, yes.
I'd like to mark this document as the next exhibit, Exhibit 58.
Done.
Thank you. So you'll see at this image 2, which is the first full slide, it says analysis and results, and it goes through 5 different subheadings: collisions, illumination, signing, lane departure, road side design, Mud Street on-ramp, and geometrics. Have you reviewed this PowerPoint recently?
I have looked at it. Dollar, yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you turn up image 3? So I see that at the top of this, the collision data for a 5-year period from October 2008 to October 2013. Is that the collision data that SEMA used for this project?
That's my understanding, yes.
Go to the next image, please. There's a reference to segmentation. Why did segmenting or breaking the study area into segments, why did that assist with seamless analysis?
Well, we used a software tool for part of the assessment of the collision information, looking for patterns that may or may not be problematic. And so to do that, the tool, the software tool required data to be segmented into different portions of the highway. So ramps were separated and numbered, named, and sections of the highway were also appropriately numbered and named. So that's the reason for the segmentation.
Is that a usual process that CEMA will use when doing a collision review? Or was it specifically because of the different attributes at different parts in the Parkway?
Well, two-part question. It's not usual. This is a bit more intensive in terms of the degree of analysis of the data, but appropriate for the assignment because it's a relatively large section of a complicated section of roadway and highway. So the tool was an efficient way to do that work and to get good analysis results. So, I mean, it's not directly connected because the highway, the geometrics or the layout of the highway, it's just because the highway has different components, using the tool, the software tool, and segmenting appropriately is the best and most efficient way to assess it.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next slide, please? I'm just going to go through these quite quickly. It looks like you have provided graphs in respect of severity of collisions. Is that right?
Yeah, the collisions are broken down into severity types.
And then the next slide, Registrar. An impact type, so that's single motor vehicle, rear end, sideswipe, to the extent that that information was available.
Or whatever other coding had been provided on the collision reports, yes.
Okay. And slide 7, lighting conditions. So this is daylight conditions versus non-daylight conditions for collisions.
Yes, again, as recorded on the motor vehicle accident reports.
And then the next one is road surface, pardon me, the next image, Registrar, is road surface conditions. So this is the condition at the time of the collision: dry, wet, snow, ice, anything else that was listed on the collision document. Is that right?
Yes, it's the environmental condition. The surface of the road because of environmental conditions.
Registrar, can you go to the next slide, please? And actually, can you put up this slide and then the subsequent slide, please? So there's actually 3 slides in a row that deal with collisions, but CEMA provides some observations about the collision data in a different form in these slides. And at the top of the first one on the left-hand side, most common collision impact type observed is SMV. So that's single motor vehicle. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And then the next slide is atypical high proportions of non-daylight collisions. And Registrar, could you show the next slide as well? And a high proportion of collisions that occurred under wet road surface conditions.
Correct.
Why did you highlight these 3 observations in terms of your collision review?
They're standard elements to report on with respect to collision reports. They are data elements that are provided in the motor vehicle accident reports and able to allow some assessment. And they can also be useful in assisting in the assessment of potential reasons for collisions having occurred. So it's a fairly standard approach to list these types of elements.
Okay. And in terms of what you found, just going to the left-hand slide that's up on the screen first, the similar locations being 400 series highways, or it looks like they're less than 20%. The study area looks like it's a little more than 40%, and ramp 6 Mud Street looks like it is about 70%. That I didn't go back and double check the math here, but seeing those proportions.
It appears to be that, yep.
Registrar, can you go back to the 2 earlier slides? Thank you. And the proportions are different here, but the relationship between these two is the same. That is, similar locations are show a smaller percentage. The study area is a larger percentage, and then the ramp 6 is an even larger percentage to that. So looking at these 3 common attributes that you would consider, what was your preliminary view about the study area of the Red Hill that you were looking at?
Well, I would caution the reading of the first line on the graphics. Similar locations, bracket 400 series highways. I believe that's been taken from the provincial averages for all 400 series highways, and not necessarily highway locations that are similar to this particular piece of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And you need to recognize that many 400 series highways in Ontario are long, straight, flat sections of highway. So it's reported here, I recognize that, but I'm not sure it's directly indicative that the middle line study area is worse, other than if you're comparing them to exactly those types of facilities. The bottom line, of course, shows the ramp number 6 at Mud Street, coming from Mud Street, and it was unique in some of its characteristics, which was reported separately.
Okay, so leaving aside the similar locations, what did you make of the percentage of collisions in the study area that either had non-daylight collisions, wet weather conditions, or were single motor vehicle accidents? What in terms of at these levels, what conclusions, if any, could you draw from that?
Well, the single motor vehicle collisions is not surprising at all. It's a controlled access highway, so it would be fairly common for single motor vehicle collisions to be the primary type, and the proportion to be that high. The day-night collisions, daytime non-daylight collisions, is potentially more useful because it may be indicative of trends that are occurring during hours of darkness. And the wet road surface collisions is again also potentially of assistance, but you need to put it into the context of the physical layout of the facility. So a roadway that has a curvilinear horizontal alignment is more likely to have wet road collisions than a roadway that has a straight alignment. A roadway that has an inclined alignment, vertical curves, is also more likely to have wet road collisions than a flat alignment. So, the data is being laid out to begin that process of trying to consider what might be going on, and comparison to peers and comparison within the facility are also part of that process.
Did these initial proportions of these kind of collisions cause you concern in terms of either the nature or the number of collisions on the Red Hill?
Well, certainly the values on the ramp were quite high. And so I would say that there was certainly, I won't use the word concern, but there's some awareness of that that outcome. The geometric configuration of ramp 6 is quite severe. It's a 270-degree ramp, and so there could be there's some expectation of a greater number of collisions in that situation. The study area compared to the 400 series highways, not automatically a red flag. I think we had the desire to consider the facility in relation to peer facilities, but that proved quite challenging to actually obtain.
Okay. Commissioner, it is 3:13 and I'm about to move on to another topic. I wonder if this might be the good time for our afternoon break.
Good. Let's take our break and return at 3:30.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. I'm now going to ask you some questions, still in that same document, which registrar is CIM 103. If you can go to image 12. This slide is about illumination. It says ministry policy for highway illumination used to evaluate need for illumination, and that there are 3 types of illumination considered by warrant: continuous illumination, freeway segments, partial illumination at interchange, full illumination at interchange. Ministry policy for highway illumination. Are you familiar with how that system for that policy works?
I'm familiar with the ministry illumination warrant, yes.
And when it's a warrant, does that mean that the warrant is the process by which something is determined whether illumination is justified?
I would not use that term for a warrant. A warrant is an analysis tool, a standardized approach to investigate the thing that the warrant is for. There are warrants for a whole variety of things: traffic signals, stop signs, so on and so forth. So an illumination warrant is in the similar category. It's a tool that helps you undertake the analysis.
Okay, so the warrant is the analysis tool, but the outcome is whether illumination is warranted or not. Am I using those terms correctly?
It's described as a warrant, so the warrant typically would provide a threshold value, and you either do or don't meet the threshold value, and therefore, by definition, you would be warranted or not warranted in accordance with the warrant. But that doesn't mean that lighting should go in. Virtually every warrant that exists has included in it that engineering judgment must be applied to make the determination as to what to do with the results from the analysis.
Okay. I was really just talking about that. Thank you for that. I was talking about the term. So the warrant will result in whether something's warranted or not. It's a bit confusing, but that's what the warrant process is. Is that right?
I think your interpretation, your wording is correct. The semantics are important, but it is a warrant, and you meet the warrant or you don't meet the warrant. Yes.
Okay. For just these 3 kinds of illumination: continuous illumination, freeway segments. Can you describe what continuous illumination is?
Would be lighting spaced regularly along this section of highway continuously for some distance.
Okay, and partial illumination at interchange?
Would mean only a portion of the interchange would be illuminated, perhaps the intersection itself or something other than the entire configuration of the interchange.
Okay, and can you contrast to full illumination at interchange?
Just that. If an interchange consists of an intersection with the crossing road and on and off ramps to the highway, then full illumination would potentially serve all of the components, including the ramps and the intersections and if there was a bridge over the facility, for example.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to image 17, please? So here, and this is again the first progress meeting. Thank you, Registrar. And this slide says illumination warrant analysis based on MTO warrant. And then there's a legend for full illumination and partial illumination. Am I correct that by June 6th, the date of this PowerPoint, SEMA had already done some warrants analysis based on the MTO warrant tool?
Correct, yes.
And this slide represents that full illumination was suggested in the red areas on this slide and partial on the blue area of the slide.
Yeah, to clarify though, the red areas are interchanges And so it's talking full illumination at interchanges and partial illumination at interchanges, the blue to the northeast being the Green Hill and the other ones being the Mud and Dartnell interchanges.
Okay, and here there are certainly interchanges, but there are where the ramps are, but there are also parts of the freeway that are between the two sets of ramps. Were those subject to continuous illumination in this slide where it has the red?
No, not in this slide. This slide is referring to full illumination and partial illumination. And if reference to the slide just showing those relate to interchanges.
Okay. So where you're not in an interchange spot, what had SEMA concluded that this preliminary time about continuous illumination?
Continuous illumination on the main line of the highway, you're asking?
Yes.
Well, there's very little, almost no mainline section of the highway between the Dartnell and the Mud interchange. Essentially the on ramps from one portion go virtually up to the off ramps of the next portion. So there's essentially no area to install continuous illumination because you have an overlap between the interchange and the main line. There's a small section to the north on this drawing between the end of the ramps from the Mud Street interchange and the beginning of the ramps for the Green Hill interchange, but it's relatively short. It's 400, 500 meters or so. So yes, potentially there would be a warrant or an analysis done for the portion of the highway that was the main line in that area, and there would be a result from it. I don't think this slide shows that, but it would have been done, or my understanding is analysis had been done in that regard for lighting in those two types of circumstances.
Okay. And so the effect, just given the physical layout of the study area, was that full illumination at interchanges would basically illuminate the entire part of the Parkway that's in red. Is that right?
That's what potentially happens if you're illuminating the interchange. And so it does depend on the interchange configuration, but you need to take that into account so you don't overlap and waste your lighting installation if you're going to proceed that way. I would highlight that this is the MTO warrant. I know at the end of the day, the city had requested that the TAC illumination warrant be used instead of the MTO warrant. So this was preliminary work that had been done at the time of the meeting, but I don't think it was the conclusion of the illumination analysis that was carried out.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to image 26, please? Thank you. So this is a summary of issues and potential countermeasures. These are three boxes that appear to lead into each other. Collision analysis results. We've already gone through that high number of certain kinds of collisions or conditions. And then the field investigation findings, which I've jumped over but are in this PowerPoint. And then that goes down to the preliminary list of proposed countermeasures. So validating illumination needs, sign layout design, repair and roadway protection. And there's more on the following slide. Registrar, if you wouldn't mind pulling that up as well.
Come to the next image.
The next slide, please. The preliminary list of proposed countermeasures, you then see go into next steps. Am I correct that SEMA had already started coming up with a preliminary list of proposed countermeasures, set it in that bottom box, And the next steps were going to be the identification of additional countermeasures.
I think by the time of this meeting, if I got my dates right, this is June the 6th, we have been through some of the preliminary analysis. There's presentation of some of those findings as shown on the slide on the left. I don't really like the layout of the graphic now that I look at it. Usually the collision analysis results in the field investigation findings. They're not necessarily sequential like that, but regardless. Yes, there's some beginning of potential countermeasures, opportunities for improvement that would be contemplated. So yes, that has certainly begun at this point in the process.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to image 23? Thank you. So I've skipped through a number of the slides in this presentation. You do go through signage and other things. Just dealing with one issue on the Mud Street on-ramp, ramp number 6, which is that ramp that had the higher proportion of collisions than the study area as a whole. At the bottom before the graphic, it says high friction pavement surface treatment. What is a high friction pavement surface treatment?
It would be a coating or an addition of material onto the surface of the existing pavement to improve friction. So literally that, a high friction surface treatment. The existing road would remain in place and you would add something on top of it.
Why was SEMA on a preliminary basis considering this kind of high friction pavement surface treatment for ramp 6?
There were a high number of collisions occurring in wet road conditions. And so under wet conditions, the friction is reduced, and with the very tight geometry for the ramp, you can potentially improve operations and enhance, reduce the number of collisions if you can improve the friction on the road surface. So that's the theory anyways.
Okay. Let's go to CIM 8423. Please. Oh, sorry. 823.001. Thank you. Mr. Malone, can you read that at this font size?
Yeah, it's okay. I have a larger monitor, so I'm turning to read that, but I hope that's okay.
Okay. Registrar, could you pull out the second half of this document? I'll just talk about exactly the whole thing, just to make it a little bigger for everyone. Okay. So this is the minutes of the June 6, 2003 progress meeting, the one where that presentation we just looked at was provided. And if you can call out if you can highlight, Registrar, the third last paragraph, city okay with SEMA. Third last, third from the bottom. That one, yeah. SEMA okay with examining high friction pavements on ramps. However, mainline has a different new pavement that may not be recommended to be overlaid with high friction. Do you recall discussion on this point at this meeting?
I don't recall precisely, no.
Did anyone explain to you at this meeting about the mainline paving and why it was a different new pavement?
Not to my recollection, no, but I'm also not sure we were recommending high friction pavements anywhere other than the ramp. So I think there might have been some confusion from the city as to what was being recommended by SEMA.
Okay. Do you remember if anyone explained to you why the different new pavement might not be suited to a high friction overlay?
I don't recall that, no.
just looking at the way that the minutes are drafted, can you confirm, looking at this, if it was the city who made the comment, provided the information about the new different pavement?
The wording of the paragraph would suggest so, yes.
You didn't have any prior information about the nature of the paving materials on the main line before this meeting, did you?
Not to my recollection, no.
Thank you. You can remove that highlighting, Registrar. Or you can leave it if it, okay, thank you. And if you can highlight the 5th paragraph from the top, SEMA to use TAC illumination warrant. You could highlight that, Registrar. So you mentioned this before, Mr. Malone, in your evidence that that there was, I don't want to paraphrase, but some reference to a TAC warrant. What's the difference between a TAC warrant and an MTO warrant?
Similar, but different. The MTO warrant was designed and is used on MTO highways. TAC, which is the Transportation Association of Canada, is more commonly used on roads owned and operated by municipalities.
Do you recall whether this reference in the minutes was SEMA suggesting to use the TAC warrant, or the city asking SEMA to use the TAC warrant, or something else?
My interpretation of it is that it was the city reminding us that they wanted, and their approach was to use the TAC warrants, and we had shown them in the meeting the use of the MTO warrants, and I think this was a reflection of the correction or direction to use the TAC warrants.
Okay. Registrar, can you close that call out and bring up the next image, please? Image 2. And if you can call out item 4, please. Thank you. It says SEMA needs to be cautious with illumination. BC is critical for this assignment. I'm just going to stop there. In reading this, can you interpret what BC is?
My understanding is it's benefit cost.
Okay. It's critical for this assignment due to political and other design and other cost constraints. Site-specific locations are probably better than full illumination. SEMA to make sure that illumination, if recommended, would actually assist in reducing the types of crashes on this facility and or improve conditions, i.e. geometric. If other treatments could similarly result, consider those before illumination if possible. Do you recall who said this, these statements in the meeting?
I don't recall precisely. I know Mike Field was at the meeting, and he was the individual at the city who was responsible for illumination and lighting. So I believe it would have been him.
Okay. As between these comments coming from the city or coming from SEMA, it's more likely than not that it came from the city and not from SEMA. Is that fair?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I think it's a reminder that illumination was one of the elements that had been articulated in the original discussion. And I think the last paragraph, or the bottom paragraph, is just common sense reflection that, and maybe it's a clarification that just because a warrant has been achieved doesn't automatically mean that the illumination should be installed. A warrant points you, assists in analysis, and engineering judgment is required as to whether to do it. And the part of the problem with the warrants, either TAC or MTO, is they don't, they look at crashes at night and daytime, but they don't look at quantities of crashes. And so they don't really give you a good indication as to whether the treatment, illumination, will actually help you at the end of the day. Is it worthwhile? And therefore the benefit cost becomes an important analysis. So it's one thing to say, well, there's nighttime crashes, but if there's only one crash and it's at night, then 100% of your crashes are nighttime crashes. But that doesn't automatically mean that the location would benefit in terms of benefit cost from the cost to install lighting.
Okay. So is there work that you can do in assessing your collision review to provide some context to whether there should be a recommendation for illumination?
It's more than just the warrant step. There's additional analysis necessary in any circumstance when you're considering lighting to before you would make the recommendation to install lighting.
Okay. Do you recall if city staff elaborated on what quote unquote political constraints affected the illumination issue?
No, I don't recall any further elaboration. Again, my belief it was simply connected to the fact that illumination was the request for the assignment. So it wasn't something that we had casually identified. It was something that was in the original request. Maybe that's the easiest way to define it.
When you say in the original request, at this point in June, did you have a clear sense that the motion from the councillors specifically identified lighting as something you should consider?
I don't know precisely when I became aware of the content of the council motion. The actual council motion itself, I don't think I had received it or been provided it. In fact, I don't think I saw it until preparing for this process. But I think there was more clear articulation of the extent of the illumination request that had been included in the original ask of us to do the work. And so the proposal that we had provided that we reviewed earlier was quite limited. It simply said illumination. But I think that became clarified as we moved along, including clarification that the illumination was the request was for the ramps, specifically the Mud Street ramp interchange.
Okay, but as of June 6th at this meeting, no one has given you direction that you're only to look at ramps, right?
No, we had looked at other stuff because we were plowing on doing our assessment and reported, where we were in terms of finding on June 6th. But in parallel with that was continued input from other points. And I know the next step that happened as well immediately following the June 6th meeting.
Okay, before we turn there, just in terms of the political and design and other cost constraints, were you typically aware in your role as a consultant of the political context that led to your retainer?
In general?
Yeah.
Political with a capital P, I guess, yes. It was often the case that assignments that we received had come out of requests from councils, whatever they may be. And so the large P political component is where some work generated, other work would generate from staff. And then, there's the larger or the small P political being, more subtle, I guess I would say.
Sure. So at this point, in respect of illumination, am I correct that the next steps were for SEMA to continue the warrant analysis and then conduct benefit cost calculations in respect of illumination?
I think the minutes reflect that there was clarification to use the TAC warrants for illumination. We had shown them the MTO. And so that was one step. The next would be to continue a more fulsome assessment of what would be needed. And my recollection from the meeting was that there was also discussion that is alluded to in the first paragraph of design constraints that may relate to lighting, which we were asked to take a closer look at or get some more information on, I guess I would say.
And was there a particular direction about how you should get more information?
Yeah, my recollection is we were asked to speak to the design office for the freeway, for the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and specifically Gary Moore.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Moore?
I did.
Registrar, can you bring up SIM 22409, please? Thank you. And if you can go to image 5, please. And can you blow up the left-hand side, all the writing? Thank you. Actually, sorry, can you cancel that call out just for a second? So you'll see this is in your notebook, June 6, 2013. Okay, Registrar, if you can call that out again. So you'll see there are 2 boxes with a squiggly line in between. And the first one says Red Hill / Hamilton MTG. Can you identify were those your notes relating to the progress meeting, the minutes of which we just went through?
Yes.
And then underneath the line, it says Gary Moore, 10 a.m. Was that the discussion that you had with Mr. Moore?
That's my recollection, yes.
And was that discussion it identified at 10 a.m. on June 6th? The same day?
I have to assume so. I don't recall the precise time.
If it wasn't on June 6th, was it within days of that meeting on June 6th, the progress meeting on June 6th?
Oh, I'm sure it was on June 6th. I just don't recall whether it was 10 o'clock. It's in the June 6th page of the diary, and I'm sure it reflects that.
Did you make these notes during, maybe I'll put it this way, before, during, or after your call with Mr. Moore?
My practice was to scribble the notes as the discussion would take place.
Were you able to identify any other notes from this call?
No.
Who among the attendees at the June 6th meeting directed you to contact Mr. Moore?
I don't recall precisely. I think it might have been Mr. Cooper or Mr. Field.
Was Mr. Moore ever a client representative or a project manager on behalf of the city for any projects that SEMA was involved in?
Not for me. He might have been for others at SEMA.
Did you know Mr. Moore from your time working at the city?
Yeah, sure. I had met him there when I worked there.
Did you occasionally interact with him in your work for SEMA?
Very occasionally. He was in the road design side, and we were on the road safety side, so we tended to work more for the operations people and not the design. So I don't think we ever did a project for him, if that's what you're asking.
Did you consider Mr. Moore to be a knowledgeable person about the history and origins of the Red Hill in 2013?
I did, and I think more importantly, the people that pointed us to seek more information regarding the design considerations for lighting did so as well.
What in particular were you hoping to obtain from Mr. Moore during this call?
Clarification to the question that had been raised in the minutes as noted.
Which question in particular? I can take you back there, but can you be more specific?
I believe the wording in the minutes was design constraints. And so in terms of answering a question regarding design constraints that may have been in place on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, Gary Moore was the person who would probably be best suited to be able to answer it.
Design constraints in respect of illumination in particular?
That's where it was noted, yes.
Your notes say status of Red Hill review, reassess why design. You may do this better than I, Mr. Millen. I'll try to read out your writing. Reasons why design as is lighting X through, I'm not sure what that says, enviro constraints. I know I have your transcripts, which you very helpfully provided, but could you just read out for the record what you were?
Sure. My interpretation of my writing is that it says status of Red Hill review, a new line, reasons why design as is dash lighting X through valley, and a new line, enviro constraints. And my recollection of the content, the interpretation of the note is that X refers to prohibited, prohibition, or not permitted through the valley of the Red Hill Valley, and that the reason for that was environmental or environmental assessment constraints that had been passed through when the facility was originally designed and ultimately approved.
Can you recall now whether it was about environmental constraints or environmental assessments?
Well, my recollection is that it was constraints identified in the environmental assessment, and the approvals granted through the environmental assessment processes. There was a federal and a provincial environmental assessment process that was carried through for the facility. Gary was telling me that it had been prohibited. Lighting had been prohibited in the approvals that had been provided through the environmental assessments.
Did Mr. Moore provide you with any documents that you could review to verify his statements?
No, he did not.
Did you rely on what Mr. Moore told you?
Yes.
The environmental assessment approvals that you were just mentioning, those would have been completed before the construction of the Red Hill, right?
That's certainly my understanding, yes.
And the environmental assessment process would not have had the benefit of any real world post-construction data?
Yeah, obviously, yes, it was done before the highway was constructed, yes.
Did you take any further steps to verify what Mr. Moore told you about the environmental assessment approval prohibition?
No, I did not. I took this suggestion, direction to speak to Mr. Moore and the communication with him as clarification regarding the amount of work or the investigation to be done in regards to illumination. The description in the proposal SEMA had provided was very limited. It simply said illumination, one word. And so it never went into any details. And I note in the top part of this diary entry that there was motion from councillor, and I believe that is where there was some, at least verbal communication, that the motion had talked about illumination at the Mud Street ramps as opposed to illumination through the entire study area. So essentially we were getting clarification as to what was to be included in our analysis and what was not. That was my understanding of it.
So you believed you were getting clarification via Mr. Moore about the scope of SEMA's project? in respect of illumination?
Yes, we had been directed to get further input from Mr. Moore at the progress meeting. And my recollection is, because I knew Mr. Moore from having worked at the city, I was the guy who made the phone call to him. And the first line of the bottom part of the note is I gave him an update as to what we were doing on the project. I assume I mentioned lighting as one of the things that was being examined, and he provided clarity that that lighting could not be installed, X prohibited through the valley because of the environmental assessment constraints that had been conducted or determined previously.
So just so I understand, you said he provided clarity that lighting could not be installed. And so I'm trying to understand what you took from that conversation in terms of the scope of SEMA's project.
So to break your question into the two parts, yes, I understood it was him providing that clarity as to what the scope of the assignment was going to be in regards to illumination. I had done so as suggested by the project representatives at the progress meeting that had taken place earlier that day, and that assisted in providing the clarity of what the scope was going to be for the assignment. There were multiple places where clarity was provided in our scope as we proceeded through. That's part of the nature of the roster assignments, is the scope can be may need clarification as you begin to move through the process.
Okay, so when you say provided clarity, are you saying that you took from your conversation with Mr. Moore that SEMA was, from this point forward, not to complete an illumination review in respect of the main line?
Well, we had already completed part of the review, so it wasn't a matter of completing it or not. The input from Mr. Moore was clarifying that lighting could not be installed. And so effectively validating, confirming that the illumination through the valley was prohibited in accordance with the environmental assessment approvals for the facility. So SEMA wouldn't have the capability of altering that environmental assessment requirement. There had been a long history with the facility. It took many years, decades to ultimately become approved. And so it wasn't a trivial matter that the environmental assessment prohibited lighting through the valley. So that did effectively cut off what or put parameters around what the scope of the assignment would be in regards to lighting.
Okay, so Mr. Moore provided clarity on some contextual background. And from that, is your evidence that SEMA concluded that its scope excluded an assessment of illumination on the main line?
That was my interpretation at the time. I'm not sure we had a perfectly uniform understanding of that through the entire team working on the project. Again, the assignment is underway. It's fluid as various people are working on it, and again, it will became clearer to us internally, and that became articulated before we issued the first report to the city.
Okay, so that was your interpretation coming out of the June 6th meeting with Mr. Moore. You didn't convey that in an expressway to your team?
I don't recall where this communication went with regards to the team. As I say, we were underway with the assignment. There were a series of next steps that had been identified in the meeting minutes, including clarity regarding the design constraints on the freeway. on the Valley Parkway. So I don't recall exactly how the articulation took place.
Okay, and we're going to go through some documents that suggest some of your team members continue to work on this. So is it fair to say that there was some perhaps miscommunication on that point?
I wouldn't call it miscommunication. I would call it lagging communication. So absolutely, there was continued work by others. One of the directions from the meeting, for example, was to run the warrants using the TAC illumination warrants. And so some staff went and proceeded with that immediately following the meeting and in the days and weeks that followed. So, and that could occur separately from this clarity that had been provided by Mr. Moore. There's not a perfect sequential operation or layout of information. It's a bit of a parallel processing that's occurring. So yeah, I know staff went on and continued to do other work. We have that data. It's in our files.
And you, coming out of that meeting with Mr. Moore, didn't provide in writing your interpretation of the now reduced scope of SEMA's project back to city representatives, did you?
Well, I spoke to the city representative, which was Mr. Moore. So the direction from the city individuals at the meeting was to get clarification from Mr. Moore. I got that clarification from Mr. Moore. No, I don't believe I communicated back directly, here's the results of my communication with Mr. Moore.
Okay, so you didn't communicate back to Mr. Field or Mr. Cooper or Mr. Gallo that your interpretation of the limited scope as a result of your discussion with Mr. Moore?
Not to my recollection in a formal manner, no.
And there's nothing from any of those individuals that I just mentioned to you confirming, yes, we want a more limited scope in terms of illumination.
Well, again, I think the minutes reflect communication issues with respect to design constraints for illumination. Speak to Mr. Moore, and that's what I did. So I received that input. So I think there is a direct connection, but not in the manner that you're describing, no.
I'm going to move forward now to the next progress meeting. Registrar, can you turn it up HAM 51991, please?
Sorry, Council, do you mind just repeating that?
Sure, HAM 51991. Thanks. And if you could call out under item 2, PowerPoint presentation. Sorry, I moved too quickly. I just have one question. I didn't need to call this out. Just at the top, it says PowerPoint presentation. You put together a PowerPoint presentation for this progress meeting as well?
SEMA did. I didn't prepare it myself.
Fair enough. And you attended this meeting, right?
I'd have to check the minutes. I think I did, but I'm not sure.
Sure. Can you call out this, or can you cancel this call out, Registrar? And you see your name is under attendance.
Okay.
Registrar, can you call out HAM 51990, please? So this is, or can you confirm for me, and we can scroll in, that this is the PowerPoint presentation that was presented at this second progress meeting?
I believe it is, yes.
Registrar, can you go to image 2, please? So again, you're setting out the collision analysis results and the field investigation findings. Had those changed since the last meeting and the last PowerPoint presentation?
I'd have to compare them, but I don't think so.
Can you go to image 3, please, Registrar? So there's reference here to the safety analysis tool using the enhanced interchange safety analyst tool. Can you elaborate why SEMA uses the ISATE?
At the time, it was the only available tool that was a piece of software that existed to be able to do this analysis. As I said, it's a relatively complex piece of roadway with interchanges and mainline sections, and so it was a valuable tool for the collision assessment. We decided to use it to get the best results we could. It also has the advantage of being able to assist in identifying specific pieces of roadway that are performing better or worse than others. So it allows comparative performance of different parts of the highway.
Okay. Can you go to image 5, please? Now, is this chart where it has total observed, total predicted, and total expected? Is that the results coming out of the ISATE?
Yes. I mean, it applies the concept of safety performance functions. So looking at what an expected performance would be of a roadway in comparison to what its actual performance is. And when I say performance, I mean numbers of collisions. So what's important in doing collision analysis is looking for not just the frequencies in terms of number, but the performance, again, that you would expect to get from a certain type of roadway. So a sharply aligned ramp may have an expectation for a different performance than a straight piece of highway, for example.
Okay, so you want to know what the expectation is going to be, and then you want to know what the prediction is, and what's the difference between expected and prediction or predicted?
Predicted is essentially the outcome that the baseline data, being the geometry and the volume, tells you the location should be performing at, and then you can get a better sense as to whether it's performing better or worse than the expectation for that type of facility. It's an improved statistical analysis tool, better than just looking at numbers of crashes. It can get complicated, but I'll leave it there.
And I don't want you to get too complicated, but just what does overall these freeway segments tell you? And again, just the freeway segments tell you about how the Red Hill is performing.
It tells us that some sections, some pieces of the roadway, as you break it into segments or ramps, are performing better than would be expected for that type of facility, and some are performing worse. And again, this is a statistical analysis tool that can help identify locations in comparison to their what the expected performance would be.
Go ahead.
Sorry, it can be dangerous to simply look at numbers of collisions. So this is a better tool than that, because it takes into account volume of traffic and the nature of the facility itself, whether it's a curvilinear alignment, a ramp, or a road section.
Okay. And can you identify what the blue shading is intended to identify?
I don't recall. No.
Okay. Are those the ones that suggest that they need more assessment of potential countermeasures? Or put differently, because they're performing worse than one would hope?
I believe what the blue shaded lines are identifying are locations that have what we would call potential for operational improvement. So if a location is performing worse than the expectation, then worse than predicted, I should say, and it's above that line, then you can potentially find that might be an opportunity for an improvement is the simple way to word it.
Okay, but that in and of itself doesn't mean that there might not be opportunity for potential improvements on some of the other segments. Is that fair?
Agreed. It does not mean that other locations are not able to be improved, but what it helps you identify are locations that are most likely to benefit from improvements.
Okay, I'm going to take you to one of those segments, image 8, and you'll see just before we go there, it's starting on 3, 4, and 5. So this, you have your collisions review, you have a geometry review. Then can you go to the next image, please? And then you set out some potential countermeasures. And so even though there was no shading on that chart that we were just looking at for this particular segment, SEMA still come up with some potential countermeasures.
Yes, if you still have high numbers of collisions, there may be opportunities for improvement. The process that we looked at in the previous slides is a statistical tool to help find more environments that are more likely to be to benefit from improvements. But the goal in the road safety assessment is always to find ways for improvement and to make the road more safe if you're able to do that. So you wouldn't necessarily restrict your analysis to the locations flagged in the software analysis.
Okay, can you go on to the next image, please? One of the potential countermeasures, and I didn't highlight the others, but they were around signage, things like that, is at the top here on image 9, pavement surface friction testing, improve pavement friction through high friction pavement. We talked earlier about the potential countermeasure of a high friction pavement overlay. Why was SEMA considering recommending pavement surface friction testing?
Sorry, at this specific location?
Yes.
Well, you would potentially recommend high friction pavement if you have a preponderance of collisions that are occurring in an environment where friction is poor. I would highlight that the bullet is not worded correctly. Pavement surface friction testing is not a countermeasure. It's an investigative tool. Improved pavement friction through high friction pavement is a countermeasure. I think one of the issues with this and ended up being a recommendation in the report is that there was an absence of friction information.
As an investigative tool, what was SEMA recommending the city obtain through conducting pavement surface friction testing?
I think what we were recommending was that the city undertake friction testing in order to get more information about the friction performance of their road surface. We did not have information about that. Data was not provided to us. SEMA doesn't undertake that work that is typically provided by the client. We had not done friction testing as part of an assignment for the city or for others before this assignment came along. And so the absence of friction testing, friction information, and it was the motivator for friction testing in order to gather more data for more detailed analysis.
What does gathering that data for more detailed analysis, what information does that provide if you do friction testing?
Well, usually the greatest value of friction testing information is comparative. If you identify locations that have different friction values than other parts of your roadway network, that may be an indicator that you have a friction problem on the site. As I know has been identified in other evidence at the inquiry, friction conditions can potentially be identified visually, flushing of emulsion into the pavement surface and such, but sometimes it's very difficult to actually determine. So friction testing, gives you a baseline. That would be the bottom line information. And if you can gather some of that information, then you can start to do some comparisons as to say, oh, this location is better or worse in relation to whatever friction parameters we're trying to achieve on our roadway.
Thank you. Can you go to image 29, please? One of the potential countermeasures that SEMA put into this PowerPoint presentation in July was full illumination on all ramps and freeway segments warranted based on TAC and MTO. So by this point, SEMA had conducted the warrant analysis based on the TAC warrant and the MTO warrant.
I believe so, yes.
And both the TAC warrant analysis tool and the MTO warrant analysis tool concluded that full illumination on all ramps and freeway segments was warranted.
Yes, there were some variants in the warrant analysis. I'm more familiar with the TAC analysis, but for the mainline segments, for example, the TAC analysis that we did not show that illumination was warranted. Under normal circumstances, there was a worst case scenario that was conducted, which did meet the warrant. So it wasn't a slam dunk, if you like.
Okay, but for both of them, the warrant analysis tool came out that they were warranted. Is that right?
That's what the slide says, yes.
And you'll see on the right-hand side of the screen, there's a benefit amount of 48.5 in green. So that's a positive benefit. And then the cost was listed as high. So SEMA had done some benefit cost analysis by the time this presentation was prepared.
I think some preliminary assessment had been done, yes.
Registrar, can we pull up Ham? Sorry, before we go on. So it says full illumination on all ramps and freeway segments. You'll recall we looked at that slide where it was red through the whole thing. This notation in this presentation, in effect, would be continuous illumination through all ramps and the freeway segments, as we discussed before. Is that right?
That's what it's stating. I still believe that the previous slide from the first progress meeting was only talking about the ramp conditions based on the wording that was there. It talked about full and partial, not the continuous.
I understand, but here it also says freeway segments, and that would be the freeway segments in between the ramps and interchanges.
I'm assuming that's what the wording means. The reality of what length of segments there are actually exist is another question, but that's exactly what it says, yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up 51991? So this is back at the minutes that we were looking at before. And if you can pull up under costs, actually, can you have two images side by side and pull up at the very bottom costs? And if you can you pull up Hamilton cost due to lighting? There we go. Oh, there we go. I don't know if that is helpful for you to see, Mr. Malone, but under this, it says SEMA will include illumination recommendations in the report. Then it says MF, and I believe that that's Mike Field. Does that sound right?
I believe so, yes.
Indicate that SEMA should use the MTO costing information rather than Hamilton cost due the type of lighting. So that's just in terms of the kind of the cost of the kind of lighting that would be installed if illumination was installed. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. Hamilton didn't have a long history of freeway style illumination, therefore didn't have costing information to provide.
Okay. So at this point, see the direction from the city staff who were assigned to this project was that SEMA should include illumination recommendations in the report.
It is, which we did.
Thank you, Commissioner. I am moving on to a different topic now, and I see it is 4:32.
Okay.
This might be an appropriate time to break for the day.
That's fine. Let's then stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.